Hello, everyone. How's it going today? Good to see you guys. I feel like it's been a while. Probably because it has been. It's been about a week since I streamed last, because I kind of took the past week off to just relax and figure out what I want to do. Because I've been a little bit off lately, and you know what? It was worth it. I'm feeling a lot better. I hope you guys are all having a great time as well. I will apologize for being 2 hours late today. I absolutely slept in. It was like 7 a.m. I mean, the last thing I remember was the garbage truck. I was listening to a video about a Skyrim True Argonian run, and I took the AirPod out temporarily to like scratch my ear, and then next thing I knew, I woke up at 11:40 a.m. and I'm like, oh god, oh no. So I got pranked. But hello everyone. Hey, I actually don't have my water on me. You know what? That's okay. I'll go grab the water right now. You guys get some music, and I'll be right back. Oh, it's already on the Clair Obscure. Nice. Does that work? Okay, so it lied to me. That's cool. There we go. Okay. That should work. Anyway, I'll be right back. You guys stick around. I gotta go grab my water. All right, we're back. Got my water. We're good to go. But yeah, aside from that, I have the next EU5 video ready, which is why I was up so late last night, which is pretty nice. So the plan there is what I'm gonna do is I'm going to set it up where first half of because it's Nestorian India. First half will come out tonight, hopefully, or tomorrow, probably tomorrow. And then part 2 will come out next week. But part 2 will be available to members first. So they'll have about a week if members want to look at it right away. And if not, that's okay too. It'll still be out for everyone by next week. Aside from that, not much else. Let's get into the game, shall we? I don't think I have any other updates. Alright, boom, game. Where is it? Game setup. From the depths. Hey, there we go. Alright, move me over in this little corner, as is usual. And we'll go from there. Aside from that though, how's you guys' week been? Because I have a plan today for a new Ashes build, which I've been wanting for a while, but no one's been able to actually build it yet. So we're gonna build the base of an excavator. Because I want an excavator that has its bucket replaced with a cram gun. So that's what we're gonna be doing today. Let me grab some reference art first, of course. Here we go. I have a hair in my mouth. Alright, so we have a side-off cab. We're gonna have the engine behind the cab. We're gonna have the big turret platform with the tracks below, and then we're gonna do a cram cannon where the bucket is. So I'm gonna put this in FTD General for those of you who are curious what I'm building today. And we can go from there. FTD General. There we go. Alrighty. Did you see some talking about working on that, to be honest? Gifties also get early access? No, so YouTube membership is its own exclusive, and I can't really decide. Like, I would have to go through and individually add every single person who was a gifted sub, or just a sub in general. So what I did is I made memberships on YouTube only $149 a month. So they're way cheaper than Twitch subs. I made them as cheap as possible, and then that way subs aren't excluded from it, right? The only other option I have would be to make it unlisted and then set it to Premier on what's it called? Next week, but that, I don't know, maybe I'll do that. No, I'll probably stick to members only, just because that way we can encourage some of the YouTube people to become members and go from there. It's unfortunate I can't link the two, because like on Discord, for example, both YouTube members and YouTube Twitch subscribers both have access to subscriber chat, right? But in exchange, you guys don't get free video, or you know, the videos a week early, but you guys get ad-free viewing on Twitch, right? So both have their perks. It's just unfortunate I can't combine them into the same role. Okay, let's take a look at how we want to do this. So I think it's obvious that we do. Let's do a 5x5 turret. Where is it? There we go. One axis, 5x5. And now we can do metal here. So we need to do this. Oh, I was gonna say, why does that look like it's painted? No, it's just ashes. Ashes lighten my behated. Let's actually have it go 2 down, I think. I haven't shaped out something like this before, so it'll be fun, I'm sure. Alright, just have the baseline of... can I remove you? I put this all on the chart, didn't I? I did. I'm a silly little guy. Alright, put you here. Put you like that. All of this just so we can have the 5x5. Alright. And then we can stack you in a weird way so that you don't hopefully get hits. And then we put you back here. Just gonna be doing some basic shaping today. Thank you for the hydrate again, Morgana. How's it going? Also, Morgana, do you see what the sales update is gonna be in alpha soon? I haven't updated to the alpha yet, but I'm surprised they're releasing it because I didn't see any bug fixes for some of the stuff I had issues with in the pre-test. But to be fair, I also understand that they probably just want to get it out and like test them with a larger audience. So we'll see. Like, then again, I also haven't been looking at the pre-test server, so it's possible they fixed a lot of my issues. I'm gonna put that out there. I'm not saying like, oh, this is bad. I'm just saying like, oh, interesting. I didn't know they were ready for that. Alright, actually if I don't layer it weirdly, this could probably work. I gotta sneeze 1 second. Alright, there we go. Because if I do all on one side... Yeah, there we go. Alright, so that'll be our base. Now, where do I want to go from here is the question. Most excavators have like the weird little like light tracks at the bottom, right? And then obviously the entire build is going to be on the turret. Huh. How wide do we want this, do we think? Isn't that most on top? Yeah. I'm just wondering, because, like, is this circle wide enough, do we feel? Because it seems like the tracks go right up and... Can I get, like, an aerial view of an excavator? All I have right now is side views. Also, my favorite part about excavators is that, we had a new operator for one when I was working on a new site back in 24, I want to say? No, 23. And, he was completely new to operating one. Like, first day on the job, and he was, he moved it a little bit over, like, the work site, and immediately the construction guys and I were like, oh, you can't move it too far left, you're gonna unscrew the excavator. And he goes, wait, what? I was like, yeah, these like, older types, they're all screw-on. So, you'd see him do a left turn, and then you'd see him do, like, a full right rotation in order to screw it back on. It was the funniest fucking shit. We told him by lunch. It's like, no, we were fucking with you. I'm so sorry, because he full-heartedly believed us, and I was like, oh no. All right, so it seems like the tracks should be from this little circle to the rest of it. So, wow, yeah, look, don't turn right too much. Your host sees you to be fully tight. Yeah, no, it was actually evil. The guys wanted to tell him that, but I was like, nah, we can't fuck with him too much. Especially because it's like, it's not our equipment, it was rented construction equipment too. Alright. So let's take, I probably want the big tracks, but the big tracks are expensive. But they look good. Oh, but they look good, chat. How much volume is this? Alright, so we're at 374. 5. God, they're 200 volume each. Are you kidding me? Okay, yeah, no, we can't afford that. That look like I'm made of volume? I need one more here. There we go. Why is this not centered? Oh, God. There we go. Alright. Okay, that works. So we have that for the tracks. Is there any open tracked ones that I can see? Seems like most of them have about 5 wheels. So that actually makes sense. There we go. That's too long and not enough width, isn't it? Let's move you up by 1, shall we? And again, it will look better once we have on the... what's it called? The top bit. Okay, so that would be our tracks, hypothetically. To be fair, the tracks are actually decently long. And they are they're very flat on these as well. Hey Gremlin, how's it going? Wear a hard hat? Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Have you used drive shafts and gearboxes to connect the engine to the axles, or are you using hydraulic drives? That's a good question, honestly. Made or warm Nissa, bless our holy machine sports, or diesel electric? Honestly, didn't think about it, nor do I really care. It's not gonna be that in depth. I used to be working at a coffee shop and people trying to get newbies to eat used espresso pucks because they look like brownies. Oh, that's vile. That's evil. Oh my god. How wide are we right now? Width 13. What's the volume at? 254. We can double up the wheels here. This will give it... sorry, we're at width 17. Yeah, width 17. I feel like 17 is a better width for this. Yeah, and the double wide tracks are a nice exaggerated feature. I talk about this quite often when campaign building, but you want to have some exaggerated features on your craft. It really does add to the overall craft. Alright, so now come in here. And we just want to do something like this, I guess? That actually kind of works. Like, it's not the best solution, but it is a solution, you know what I mean? Alright, put you in there. I want this to come all the way down. No, not really. I want there to be some elevation there. God, I will say, the tracks are definitely going to be the hardest part of this, which is why I understand nobody did the bounty. I'm beginning to understand why no one did the bounty now. Alright, we'll put this to 1.9 so that it looks good and doesn't overcast the rim. Let's do this one as well. 1.9. It's been a while since I've done like a full build. This is nice, honestly. Like, I haven't worked on Ashes in almost half a year now because I needed a break. I was so burnt out. And it's nice to be back to form, you know? Alright. Now, this is a lot of metal so far. We're just going to shape this out in metal for now, and then we will actually get it to work with other stuff. How does that look? I think we need a little bit of raise in the center. You got the forward or backmost wheel have a different gap to show that they are the tensioner. Maybe. How do I change this guy's position? That's lateral position. I want to change his, well, I don't want that either. Wheel configuration. I can make him go down. How do I make him go up? Ah, there we go. Yeah, I think just moving these guys to give us like that little trapezoid shape almost, I want to say. We'll see how this goes. I honestly don't know if this will go well for us. Because I'm looking at it right now, right? And it's like, it has a little bit of a trapezoid shape in the wheels. What if you based it on a Steam one? No, I want a normal one. I just want like a normal excavator that has been converted. Like, I put the inspiration image in chat, or in FTD general. But essentially what I want is, I want that, but instead of the big bucket, I want the cram. That's all. Yeah, server mode just be grounded against unfunction. This is supposed to be grounded from in priority. Oh my god, you guys are starting to pray and roar speak now. Oh no. No, not like this. Alright, 0.5. 0. I think this kind of works. Like, it's very rough, don't get me wrong. We can always refine it later. I can always have Corey take a look at it too. Maybe he'll find something that I haven't. But that's not bad, honestly. I think shaping-wise, I'm pretty happy with this. There we go. Probably achieve the same shape just from doing that one too, and then we get more wheels on the ground. Let's start with 0.5, and then if we find that there's not enough wheels on the ground, we'll go to just the 0 for the middle wheel there. It's always interesting to me though, like excavators, you think they would have like tank style treads with like the gap at the front for vertical movement and like the cross stuff, because they go over a lot of stuff in the field. Like they go up hills, like usually mounds that they make from their own stuff, right? Okay. You know what? That actually adds just the right amount of oomph that I needed. That's actually pretty good. It's not the best, mind you, but it's not bad. Alright. The Squam. What? Save the vibe of deep water drive. I feel the system with a drive shaft good. The center of the big bear and seems reasonable. It's all mechanical and no complex hydraulics. Yeah. Sure. I don't know. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know enough about excavators for this. I'm just basing it off of vibes right now, and like I said, we can edit it afterwards. I just want to get the basic shape in there. This should actually be... I think this bottom portion should be, Oh, I see the issue. I was gonna round off this bottom portion, maybe. How would we feel about that? Very difficult. Maybe do something like this. I'm not against this. Then we'll put some wood up here around the turret base, honestly. Like I said, we need to find some place here for wood to be in. It's going to be a very fragile design up top here. First deep water guard craft, I can top down attack a tank. Too stupid to make complex gearbox. Who says deep water guard is stupid? Deep water guard has never been stupid. They are impoverished. They are not stupid. Put a big V8 between the tracks so they can avoid the center baron. Yeah, no, I disagree with that fundamentally, just because deep water guard is not stupid. They are just very, very poor, and they're trying their best. Alright, let's do this for now. I think the interior here will have to be wood to balance this out. Yeah, let's do wood. There we go. Yeah, that works. It works for now. Okay. Okay. Let's get some wood in there, and then maybe the sides over here can be wood as well. There we go. And can I get a... No, I'm not really liking that. We'll figure out how to change it up later. They do build some crazy stuff with just wood. Yeah. Hey, Thunder. Deep Utter Guard are the opposite of stupid. They can MacGyver up some pretty impressive vehicles from very little. Yeah, no, it's insane what they can do. I see, the thing is, I don't want the turret being vulnerable, but also I want it to still look Deep Utter Guard. Honestly, no, I think we put this back to metal. We keep the top. Because this is going to be an easy Yellow Jacket style, right? So. Actually, then again, it's going to be a big cram, so maybe it won't be easy. We'll see how it goes. As always, we'll see how it goes. Yeah, okay, there we go. Alrighty. I think that looks good as a base. How do we feel about this as a base? Like, what are we missing? What do we want? I think as far as what we're missing, we're going to want a way to access the top, but we can put a ladder on the actual excavator part itself. 7... Well, Connor, are we adding to the cult war? Tarpon noises. Maybe a front plow? Maybe. Let's see if we can get the rest of the crafting with a volume. Like, if we have enough volume at the end, I will absolutely add a plow. Do metal around the turret block, maybe? Well, see, the thing is, I just had that, and it looked like too much metal is the issue. Like, that's my biggest concern, is that it just looks like too much metal. Like some nets? What do you mean some nets? Oh. I also feel Deep Utter Guard might want to use some free space between the track for storage. Oh, maybe at the back. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Not the worst idea. I quite like that. What we can do maybe is we'll add metal to the front. Which we already have. Yeah, so metal at the front and then wood around the rest of it. Yeah, okay, actually that I'm okay with. Because that's only 3 layers of metal, so it doesn't break any Deep Utter Guard style and rules. Wood in the bottom layer and metal on top. No, I think metal in the front layer and then wood at the back actually works better. We can always revisit that though, I'm not worried. Now, how does that look for us? It gives us that little bump, which we're looking for, which is nice. Okay. So now, we need to shape up the top bit. Okay, so there's like no transition. It just goes straight from a circle into the cab. So, how big do we want the cab? All of them I'm seeing they're squared off at the front. Now, how... The tread should obviously be a little bit in front of... Okay. I'm seeing it here, I'm seeing the vision. We'll shape with metal again, makes it a little bit easier. Probably no further than this, honestly. But a little bit wider would help, because it should be over top of... Right about here-ish. But halfway over the first track I'm okay with. And then at the back... Then at the back it kind of like goes all the way back. Like with just a little hide of the excavator sticking out. Something like this would be how it should look. Even then, that's maybe a little bit too far forward. No, actually, no, I think that works. So the reason why I'm still designing it as if it needs the counterweight for the bucket is because the cram will be extended very far forward. So this isn't going to be too small. Like, this isn't going to be, what's it called? Too front heavy of a build, at least. That's like the bottom layer, middle on top. Alright. I probably want one of the more squared off ones instead of the rounded ones, honestly. Let's go back to our little inspiration image. Yeah, it's very squared off. So we can just do this. And then this is where the asymmetry comes in. We want a full little bunker in here. This will be the driver area. And then we're gonna have room for the cram gun in here, which will be free spaces. So that means to me that we need to do this. And then over here can be like the crane mechanisms. So something like this is what we're looking at. Which, you know what? This isn't too bad. This works. Now I'm just deciding, do I want to square this off? I kind of like having it round, I think. And also, I think I want to come back 2 pieces back here. It's just for like side to side width, right? So that like if we turn it, it doesn't look too back heavy. Yeah, that looks a lot more proportional. Look at that. That's pretty good. So like that's about, yeah, because it's still over top of the tracks mostly, no matter which way you swing it. That is not bad. I'm happy with that. All right. what an interesting little design this is going to be. Give it a stretch. The roll to mechanical Chronicus will grow for sure, for sure. All right. Let's get working on this. Oh, so while we're at it, I want to talk food because I'm going grocery shopping today, which I always love talking food on grocery shopping days. Because I am wondering right now what I should make this week for my meal prep. And honestly, I don't have any ideas this week. Because last week I did pasta. The week before I did a lot of like tuna dishes. I feel like something new. Person be shopping? I do, yes. So if you have any favorite recipes that you go to, I would love to hear it. Because I need ideas. Alright, there we go. Let's take this off now. Alright. So that is the first floor. Which I'm honestly tempted to make all metal again, but... honestly, maybe I do make it all metal. Do 1 layer up where it's the, yeah, because I'm looking at this image here, it would probably be like 1 layer up before it's... look at the image there. Maybe half and half this. There we go, thank you. Alright. Ooh, what you cooking? Well, I don't know yet. That's what we're just... oh, you're talking about it in the game. I was like... we're actually just talking about what I want to do for groceries this week. But no, in-game, we're working on the Yellow Jacket cram guy that I've wanted for a little while. Corey, I'll get your opinion on this. Do you think I should do an all-metal layer and then do a wood layer up top? Or would that look too thick, do you think? Because we do have to build this thing up, right? Because the cram is going to go over here. Then we need an engine block back here. And actually, honestly, I think we rounded that off a little bit too much. Let's reduce you. Yeah, because excavators really should be more squared off. There we go. Now, having that stuff crammed on the left-hand side is going to be hard. The other option is we put the cram components over here, which... honestly, I think we do 2 layers here. We'll do a layer of metal and a layer of wood. Because at least that way we can, like, you know, have layers built into it, which is nice. Alright. Yeah. Alright. There we go. Yeah, 1 base layer of metal shouldn't be the biggest issue. And then it means we can build up the sides as well, which I'm not actually going to complain about. And then we can reconvene on how we feel about the tracks afterwards. The issue is that the excavators are such like small craft, if you think about it, compared to like for what they do. This is complicated. Then actually here we probably want to start. Actually do put this in here. No. I assume this is where we keep the cram gun, right? Huh. Obviously, it's not gonna. The final product isn't gonna have this much metal. Hey, guys, how's it going? It's a hard one. Let's get the outside here. Yeah, they're a mix from absolute little guys to huge mining excavators. Yeah, so I'm using a huge mining excavator is the idea. It's yellow jackets, right? The issue is they're always very flat on the bottom. Which we'll probably beef it up with a pleat down here, actually. And with just the wheels alone, we're already at 731 volume. Which honestly, I don't think volume is going to be the issue. I think just scale is going to be the issue. Okay, Morgana's just preaching in chat. Alright. Honestly, no. Let's switch this up. It's gonna be the scale and it's just gonna be the biggest part for us, I think. If I do something like that, that leaves 2 in the middle, which I actually don't want. This can actually be metal and then... I'm not sure about this one. There we go. Okay, I like that shape in there. I'm just afraid of things becoming too much metal. Can I be a priest of the roll? It seems that way, doesn't it? It does seem that way. Let's get rid of you guys. Put you across. No, I do actually want there to be a little cutout there. So let's do something. Let's do something drastic. Let's do something like this. Yeah. There we go. Okay, that works. That works for me. All right, that's some good. That's some better shape in there. Imagine the cram barrel coming out of here. Well, we need to at least build it up right so that it's. It does need some height. So honestly, what I'm thinking is we'll do the rear exposed engine. And then the left-hand side obviously needs a walkway. So the cram is going to be a little bit snug. It's going to be crammed in there. Ho, 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 ho. And how does it still look if we move it like that? That still looks okay and decent. Okay. Now, what can I put on a turret and what can I not put on a turret is a big question, too. So, like, okay, good, we can't put vehicle controllers on turrets. I know in the past we weren't able to. So I'm glad that they fixed that, because that makes this a lot easier for us. Though, rip to anyone who tries to manually drive this. Okay, so we can do metal down there. I want to keep some of this metal. I want to actually keep most of this metal. If I did something like this, how would that look? Not great is the answer, truth be told. All right, we'll shape it with metal, then we'll texture it later. As always, we'll texture it. It should not be that hard to drive. No, because in game, if your POV is on a turret, it just sucks. I hate having to do it. Maybe the new camera update fixed it. I'm not sure, but it's not fun. Replacing the parts with wood. Well, no, because original it should be. So that's not how wood is used in Deepwater Guard. Repairs are a separate aesthetic from like actually just using wood, right? So the baseline hull still needs to be made out of wood. Like one massive cast piece of iron for counterweight. How will you do that? Well, that's what I'm wondering right now. Probably that's where I'll put the cram in. So like probably cram in here and then engine on top. That'd be a lot of metal. Well, it's not going to be iron cast piece. It's going to be wood still. And then the sides here are a little bit rounded off, to be fair. Okay, so let's assume that we want a 3x3 cockpit here. So put this here. What if... I think we might have to make these 2 meters. Yeah, no, driver, you're thinking too realistic and you're going too replica. I'm not doing a replica, I'm doing an inspired build. Alright, that works. And then that leads into the cockpit here. Which if you want to do 3x3, like that, we can actually have a little bit on there. What about lead texture for the counterweight? No, I'm not. There's not gonna be any counterweight. The counterweight is gonna be the engine and literally everything else that we have, like the gun components in the back. Oh, you know what? Okay, I could save a lot of room by having the gun components on top, kind of like an artillery piece. It'll make it very exposed, but it could be interesting. It'd be very interesting. It's also the only way I can think of to do what we need. Yeah. Okay. And then we can do over here. Start the beam slopes. It's gonna be a very asymmetric build no matter what we do, so we might as well get ready for it. Maybe our scale is too small, honestly. Because I'm looking at this and I'm feeling like we should probably have a little bit larger scale. Just maybe. If I do something like this. No, that's not gonna work. This worked better for the corners though. I think I do actually prefer that. No, actually, okay, I want to keep the shape in there for sure. Put you in here. If I do a 4 meter one up here. There's no easy way to shape this on. This is why I've put this project off for so long, is because there's never an easy way to shape this. You know? Honestly, I'm thinking we scrap this one. We restart, and we'll restart with the top part. And then we can prefab that onto a turret. And then we can build the tracks underneath it. That might be easier than trying to build from the tracks up. We have the idea for how we want the tracks now, at least. It's a very simple style that we can emulate. But I think scale-wise, we're just a little bit too off here. Alright, we'll throw this one over here. There we go. And we'll restart, but... Okay, let's get that first little cockpit in. At the very least, having a restart will let us see, like, hey, like, what did we mess up? What did we do right? Right, so I don't mind. I never mind restarting. 2 meters in here because we need the space. Something like that, I think, could work really well. Kind of do it like a roll cage, yeah? And then I can do like some broken glass decos and some like, oh, actually, you know what? Yeah, I can absolutely do some like slats, kind of like how we did on the boom sling. Hey, Chris, how's it going? How have you been? What are you doing up this early? I feel like you're normally like, hey, Tiny Man, make you to 10 bits. What do you call a retired vegetable? A has-been? Oh, no! That's pretty good. Early? It's 3 p.m. Yeah, but I feel like I associate you with like later in the night, right? I also just assume that you sleep in very late. To be fair, I also slept in today. Woke up at 2 p.m. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, okay, exactly. I woke up at 11:40 today, which was like an hour and 40 after my stream time, so it's been a sleepy day. We're currently working on building an excavator. I hardly know her. And I went to bed at like 8 a.m. Yeah, same. I had the same problem. But I did get my next EU4 or EU5 video done, which I'm very happy. Alright, so what if we come back here now? Yeah, we're just working on a little excavator today. Hey, that's not bad. That might actually be the shaping we want. Yeah, okay, this is a good idea to just quickly restart and figure out what we wanted. Alright, so we can do this side with wood. Let's actually do some slopes, because that way we get some of the colored... Yeah, there we go. Okay. That actually works out great for us. Do the sides with slopes there. Because that will give the driver some view. And then where do we go from here? What would we do from here? I don't think the slope idea works at the front. Oh, maybe it does. Maybe if we do two like this. Hey, okay, there we go. That works. That works. What if we... Yeah, okay, we can't move it up. So, okay, there we go, actually. Oh my god, chat, we might actually be figuring this out. We might actually have this figured out. Yeah, because we're assuming that the metal base will be down below. So we do something like this, and this can be very easily decorated. Take you out. I think this is it. I think we just figured it out. I think we just figured out the shaping. How do we feel about this? We're gonna make it a stretch. Yeah, no, I'm kind of liking this. Also, Chris, how was Kingdom Hearts 2? Sorry, if you're still if you stuck around, how was Kingdom Hearts 2? I saw you playing that the other day. But those games I've always wanted to get into, but haven't had the time yet. Okay, so we round this off here. Build this up here. Okay, so inner one will be squared off. Outer one can be curved a little bit. Actually, no, both of these need to be... let's do it like this. Because we want the engine block to come out here. I was in the Tron world getting one shot by every enemy for quick. It was hell. The rando seed was rough on me. Oh no! Oh, I hate to see it. Alright, let's... you out, you in there. Yeah, I haven't built in this style for a while, so it's nice to come back to this. Then we want to have this come out, maybe 2 beams, I want to say. And then we can come up here and round it off up here. Even Rosen, but we're building an excavator for Ashes. We have the base over there, but we couldn't figure out how we wanted to do a top within the confines. So I'm doing the top first now, and then we'll figure out how to do the base modified for it afterwards. Alright, there's our little cab, which I'm pretty happy with shaping-wise. And we can always deco it to look a little bit more armored. I don't even understand what you're saying anymore, Morgana. Alright, Alright, this is just an engine block, so that's fine. That can just be wood. There we go. Yeah, it's just these large flat sides are gonna be issues, right? In terms of the style. So I think we can fix that with some half blocks. And some applique. We'll see how it goes though. Because like construction equipment is not made to be aesthetic, unfortunately. Like we've already curved it a lot more than it would be in real life. Because actually, I'm looking at this now. This should actually theoretically be a 3 curve and then a 2 curve. But I kind of prefer our current window style. Actually, unfortunately, no, that does look better. Alright. Alright. Put you up here. Go. And then this way we can also move these guys up. No, we actually don't need to do that. What am I saying? There we go. So it gives us a little bit bigger of a inside here. And then so maybe with the extra height we actually do this. No, because that feels like too cramped. No, I actually preferred how it was before. But we're taking some inspiration from those massive quarry excavators. That's what I'm looking at. Are you talking about the bucket wheel ones? Because we already have the tremor, which I don't want to do. Hey, Araya, how's it going? Yeah, that's enough roll behavior. Oh, thank you. Quite a big scale compared to humans. Yeah, I'm not worried about scaling it to humans. Not bucket wheel. Again, like I said, right now, I want it to look like a construction excavator. That's the issue, right? We can take this back here. Okay. There we go. But like the red excavator was part of Devastator and I never watched Transformers. I'm sorry. You'll have to put a photo in the Discord. I've never seen Transformers. Alrighty. US Roger the Riverside. I swear I am drinking my water. I am. Okay. Yeah, no, I remember why I didn't do this originally. It's because like I had the idea and then I didn't know how to execute it, unfortunately. But hey, that's part of the fun sometimes, is figuring out what to do, right? What if instead we do a... do something like this, that kind of fits the shape better, honestly. And we still keep it flat down below, right? Yeah, I like that. We'll figure out how to break up the monotonous shape later, and I think it is just a pleak that will help. Oh god, no, Bethfin's disgusting. I'm not using that. Why is it built like a... it's built like a tugboat bridge. Ew. Bethfin is ugly. Absolutely not. Okay, so how wide? We had it 17 wide before, right? So we probably don't want this guy going over 17 wide. Yeah? Alright. Do not care for the swag, and this is pure swag. I don't know. I have to disagree, I think. That does not invoke pure swag to me, unfortunately. How wide is that? 9, 10, 18 right there. That's too wide. Also, the length was a little bit lacking here, too. So if we know it's going to be 17... Or no, we want it 15 wide. Which means we need this fin to be at least... 15 here. And I can break up some texture there. I can break up some texture here. Paint and deco will help this. I'm not worried about that. And like I said, we can do some oblique along the bottom there, which will help out quite a bit as well. Like, imagine if you would, we do something like this, right? Like, this will certainly help it buff out. Oh, actually, you know what? That already fixes it. Okay, I'm actually pretty happy with that. Let's make it one longer. 18 long. What are we looking at in terms of the base? It's 27 by 17. So we want this to be at least... Actually, I think 18 by 15 kind of works for this. For the top bit here. That's kind of what we did up top, right? So we just got to shape it properly now. Which I will say, despite the fact that we're working with the same constraints, it actually is a lot easier to build. Let's make this... Okay, we can... I've realized what I've done here. I have, in fact, realized what I've done here. There we go. Okay, that gives us 3 segments to work with. I'm happy with that. Put the applique back on because it makes me happy because it means I trust the process. Go. Yeah, no, okay, that makes me happy. That does, in fact, put a smile on my face. Okay. There we go. Now we can put this in here. Wrap that around. Ooh, okay, never mind. Can't quite wrap that around yet. Because we do need to have our... I'm thinking right now, because if we do that, right? Now we could do it like this for the corners. Which I'm not fully against. Actually, I'm not against that at all. It just looks decent. I can't complain about that. It brings joy. That thing does not bring me joy. I'm so sorry. I do not like that thing. Alright. And then obviously we just model the applique bit to come in there. So we can just do something like this, right? That's gonna annoy me. No, let's move it up by 1. There's a reason. I have a plan, Harper. Okay. Go. There we go. Now we can do this. We can have you round it off like that. There we go. That looks rounded now, but also not too round. So it has the deep water guard roundness without, like, unsquaring the excavator. You know what I mean? Man, honestly, I did not know how hard it would be to make an aesthetic square. And the issue is you can't even be like, oh, it's not realistic, because, like, literally, they are this flat in real life. Now what we can do is we can throw a radiator on this side, too, because this will be the engine. We'll have the engine up top here. Actually, that might even be a little bit long. No, we're gonna say the last bit over here will be used for this. The applique is on straight metal anyway, so we might as well just continue with using metal here. That's width 20, that's width 14. So that is about the extent of our build. Interesting. Okay. Let's get this in. There we go. All right, that feels like it makes sense. Can't put a new craft has been now put in full in things general. Oh my god. Did we need it put in put it in full for FTD general? Did we need that? Oh no. All right. Where do we want to go from here? The unfortunate part is that this does just feel too square, but I know that it's going to be improved. Oh, it's 20 by 15. It's because we haven't added the oblique on the side, so it'll be 20 by 16, which that's worse. I do not want it being even with fuse. I refuse to have an even width craft. So that puts it at 15 now. Somehow reduced the length. Oh no, there we go. 20 by 14. Then we'll have 15 via up here. Okay. I was gonna say rip to whoever has to do the cram first, but I think it's gonna be me for once. I don't think the guys are gonna let me get away with this. Alright, so this actually needs to be moved in even more, which would make it even with, so out here. Come on. Get out here. Thank you. And then from here. Oh no, I see how we did this. Okay. Okay, I see how we did this. And then just over here. Alright, that works. Okay, yeah, and that feels a lot less square too. 20 by 14, 20 by 15 I'm actually okay with. So then we come over here with the oblique. You know what? This may be a trust the process moment, honestly, guys. I think I just need to trust the process more often. Because this is starting to look decent. I'm actually starting to like this. Quite a bit. There we go. Honestly, that gives us a lot of room for internals, surprisingly enough. I think we do add one base layer down below it. So like we'll do a base layer of metal here. Yeah, and then that way the oblique almost acts like a top layer. Okay, no, this is starting to cook. This is starting to cook. Let's do this. Now it looks like the oblique is a frame instead of just a what's it called? Okay. Okay. Alrighty. Yeah, it also looks like the border between the oblique and the metal, which I quite like. I actually don't want to have that there. Maybe if we put like some armor on the front, but for now we can leave that off just for shaping purposes. Alrighty, that works. So that gives us a nice little base to work with, and it lets us armor up our floor. So we can have all the nice internals in here. Now the only issue is that this should probably be too taller than a little lower. No, I think this works. I would need to make this taller, which I could, but we saw that it didn't look nearly as good with the 3x3. I think we just have a shorter cab. We'll see if they modified it to be shorter so that it's more like armored, right? Because pins that are armored tend to be more squat than like wide open view ranges. Because in a construction excavator, you want those wide open view ranges because you want to be able to see what you're doing. But in whatever this fin's gonna be, the cram excavator, I don't know what we're gonna call it. We do need to think of a name for this actually. We're gonna want more armor because you only really need to see out the front. Squeebles, how's it going? Thank you for the hydrate, Marcana. Maybe some panels to expose the engine a bit on the side too. Maybe. It's going to be a quote-unquote front-sider anyway, so it's not like it's going to really affect anything, right? So maybe that's an idea. Okay, so cram, we probably want at least... actually, we probably don't want that much of a gap. So let's throw in this here. Yeah, because then the window sees right to the cram, and then we get a lot more room for cram on the side. And the cram is a lot more centered this way. Perfectly centered? Ooh, yeah, okay, so we'll move it over. I want it to at least be off-centered by a little bit. Do not want the cram to be perfectly centered. And then I do want this segment here where the barrel would rest, quote-unquote, to be metal. That can be metal as well, and then we can, I don't know, figure out what to put in here. No, I do actually want to swap this up. So move you one back. And then we talked about this where I wanted to have this be the square corners to make it look in, and that way the front isn't just flat, right? There we go. So we did take some good ideas from the original form. All right, and then over here, I think we just do a normal beam transition. And then just remember, we do have the oblique ring coming around, right? So there we go. I need this to be 3 meters. Okay, that works. That works pretty well. I'm pretty happy with that. All right, we're in the ad break right now. I already have my water and everything else, so I don't think I really need to go take it. So I might just continue building up for a bit, if we don't mind. Anything else we want here? I'm liking this shape a lot better than our previous one. It's a lot more square, which is what we wanted from an excavator. Okay. And then honestly, I think what we'll do is we'll actually do a heavy armor basket for the turret because everything's on the turret. So just as a gameplay compromise, I think we'll do heavy armor. Then we can just deck it over it, and I can just explain. Yeah, I had to do heavy armor here because otherwise it wouldn't work how I wanted it to. And with a craft like this, I think something like that would make sense to a new player. Because obviously we'd have to armor up a newer segment, right? Or maybe I'm just coping so I can have my cool little excavator. Who could tell, honestly? Who could tell at this point? And then, okay, actually, now that I'm looking at this more, I think my initial idea is gonna work. Because, so we keep the wood shape in there, right? And then we just put the, man, oblique actually kind of balling lately, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like I don't normally use this. Yeah, there we go. And then have a little, like, crevice in here where the oblique, almost like a you know, like those little catchers you have at the front of the tanks for, like, I want to say wave breaker, but that's not the term. Alright, I'm pretty happy with that. Also, the engine block should be taller than the rest, so this should actually be a 2 meter, I think. So I do want there to be some vertical de-escalation here. So let's put you like here-ish. And then maybe a 2 to 3. I'm not sure. We'll probably like tear into and tear out of the sides as we go along, so. Yeah, maybe it would just be worth it to just do this. Honestly, maybe. Like, we do this. Do this. It gives us quite a lot of room for an engine, right? The only issue is that the engine should come out of the back of the pilot's area, but obviously with the FTD scale, we have to adjust that. I got called in 5 hours early. Oh, fun. It makes you feel bad. I woke up 2 hours early, or 2 hours late, so. I went to bed at like 6 a.m. Odd shaping that translates very oddly to FTD unless you take some liberties in silent. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of, right? Like, I want to get it as close as possible, but obviously we're not going to get it perfect, and I don't want to do a replica. Honestly, I think what we do is we do an engine block back here, and then maybe we like have like a few little like open walkways here. Like we round off the engine block back here, right? No, except I'm gonna get two. Maybe something like that. No, we can't do that because it would get in the way of the gun. If we do that, it feels too thin. So, all right, maybe in that case, what we can do is just out to here. Then, yeah, we'll have to do it just out to here. Even then, that's still, yeah, okay. We won't worry about the interior divisions for now. Let's get the gun in. I'll do a cram Tetris later because doing Tetris on stream is just boring to watch, honestly. But we can at least fit in where we want the barrel. And I think having it, honestly, about back here should actually work. So let's do some heavy barrels. Oh, how do I do cram barrels again? I need like motor-driven barrels, don't I? Yeah, it was motor-driven. That gives us the elevation, and then regular barrels. About here-ish? We can just do that. Now if I put gauge increasers on here. How many gauge increasers do I need for max size cram? Hello? Okay, it's 50 per, so I need quite a few. Obviously, this will not be the final Tetris. I just want to get an idea of... There we go. 2000 is the maximum, yeah? Oh god, that is a... Alright, that's gonna need to be fixed. But something like this is the idea. Obviously, we're gonna be decoing quite a bit of this, because this does not look good right now, but... Okay, it doesn't double up like APS would. Does it? No, okay. Maybe a different type of recoil suppression barrel. Ugh. Maybe something like that actually wouldn't be a bad idea. And then for the... Okay, actually that kind of works, that muzzle brake there. But what if we tried this one again? Because this is the one I usually use for my APS stuff, right? Okay, I don't know why it was so, like, weird earlier. I think something like this could work. Then just have the recoil suppression, like, here. I do like the aesthetics on that. I actually quite like the aesthetics on that. I gotta charge my headset 1 second. Yeah, cram barrel deco is not something I often do, so let's actually put this in line with the cockpit here. But now, hey, look at that. That's not bad. And we can set restrictions on it, obviously, but And then if you consider this, yeah, so 29, so it'll go a little bit forward over top of the tracks, which actually I kind of wanted to do that more. So what we're gonna do is, let's move you back here. Move you back up to here. We can put the recoil suppression here. I assume we want the recoil suppression probably closer to the end of the barrel, but I'm doing aesthetics right now and we can worry about that later. Let's do maybe 35 out. Yeah, we'll rebuild the barrel next. Yeah, okay, I think that works a lot better. And then in terms of styling, I'm actually quite happy with that. And that makes it feel a lot less, what's the word I'm looking for? Shaky. All right. Go to view. Get you back on. Actually, while we're here, let's redo this base here. Because I don't think there's going to be any way we get away with not using heavy armor here. People can complain, that's fine. I'd understand if they do. Because it's like, oh, heavy armor and deep water guard, but some of these designs, this is the only way you're going to get it to work. And I'd rather have a cool design at the end of the day rather than a like, oh, it's, you know, it, because like if I don't do this, it just gets one shot no matter what it gets hit by, and like probably extensive HE leaks, right? So we'll just do this for now, and we can always deco over it. Or actually, we can always see what it would. Maybe we change it, right? And it doesn't need this much heavy armor. We'll see how it performs first. Or even with this much heavy armor, it still gets popped in one turn. Who knows? Alright, so I can be happy with that, I think. Sub-objects mode. Nope. I want sub-objects. 5-axis turret. Prefab this little entire guy. Alright, we got everything. Nice. Did we get everything? We did not. Oh yeah, put that turret back. Thank you. Alright. One further down, please. Thank you, there we go. So, how would this look if we managed to put this on here? And also, how are we going? How did I think about it? Okay, so that's decently centered. You know what? I think that works, guys. I think we've managed to do it. I think we've managed to do it. I think that works very well. It's a little too far to the back. Actually, is it? No, because that gives it some nice forward, Yeah, no, I believe, as Driver said, yeah, this Fox. So if I did this correctly, yeah, it doesn't feel like it goes over the treads too much. It has that nice solid base platform. The applique really helps break up that flat wall, and then it's out to the sides. And it's over the first track, but not the second one. I'm pretty happy with that. I think it needs to be moved one block forward. Unfortunately, though. Let's... Just unfortunate that the origin point was, so here. This is where it just was. There we go. Yeah, that feels a little bit better in terms of forward, back. Yeah, okay, that works a lot better in terms of rotation. Okay. So we're gonna do a full base coat of metal on the bottom, just again for functionality's sake. That is not the middle. I do not want to use that as the middle. Thank you. There we go. Alright, everything's connected up now. Now, how bad's our volume looking? Only 936? Did we get this scale in on the second try? We might actually have the scale excavator. It digs craters with its cannon. That's the plan, honestly. I don't know if excavator would work as a name though, because that feels a little bit on the nose. This looks stable. Holy shit! All right, so now if let's see how it sits. Does he sit nicely? No, he sits. He drags his ass. Okay. Unfortunate. Okay, so what we do then is we do this at 1. Do this at 1. We go 1.5. Hey, welcome in. Oh, Dragon, thank you for continuing the gift sub. I appreciate that. There we go. Put this at 1.5 as well. Well, we gotta raise it up a little bit here. You at 2. You at 2. You at 1.5. I wish there was a way to like do this to more wheels, honestly. I realized there probably is, because so these have the most wheels, obviously. So 1.5, not 15, 1.5, copied all wheels on the same side. And then we can just change these guys to be. Did you copy the 1.5? Thank you, there we go. They should all be 1.5, yeah? Good, and then you're just 1. You're just 1. And then you are 2. And you are 2. Well, it's dragging its ass, but it doesn't look bad at least. Alright, and then obviously we can adjust sprint forces as necessary, but we have the same shape here with the tracks, which I'm happy with. Alright, and then we did that back one, right? Yeah, okay, good. These front ones. Nice. Okay. So he actually sits correctly now. And then, honestly, we probably just need to do, like, sprint force, I assume? Maybe up to 40 for the front and back wheels. Actually, maybe, no, leave that at 20 for now. We'll figure that out later. Where we want it to sit up. But for now, that actually... Still a little bit of a drag, but it's not too bad. Okay, I can be happy with this. Better yet, I might even actually be happy with this. Alright, here we go. And obviously we can put our... Actually, we don't need to do heavy metal decal. What am I doing? Okay, that's some style, honestly. I'm pretty happy with that. That's got some style to it. That's very nicely. Yeah, no, I'm pretty happy with that. The double tracks and all that were definitely the right idea. Okay, so... Now where do we go from here is the question. Yeah, I want to do the internals, so we'll have the cram up the left-hand side. We're not going to need any armor on this, which is nice. Because we're already at the point where it's just an entire build on a turret, right? So, almost reminds me of a TG mech and some of the ideas we had for those. And the only issue is apparently that platform down below should actually be a little bit taller. But I don't particularly want to make that taller, so I'm not going to do that. In the meantime, what we can do, though, add in some of these. I guess we can't really, can we? No, actually we can. We can. It just means that the frontmost and rearmost won't be good, but you know what? Those adds a little bit of detail down below. I think it works like this, otherwise it would feel less planted. You think so? Yeah, because at this point it is kind of just like a self-propelled howitzer, right? So I think I'll feel better about it too once we deco it. Yeah. Maybe use plates for the end. Ooh, maybe, yeah. No, they wouldn't fit as well. Maybe they would, actually. You know, I'm actually not sure about this. Yeah, because I'd have to move this forward by 1. Honestly, yeah. Plus, it gives some front-back asymmetry, because right now like these are just a even gap between each wheel. So this actually does add a little bit of differential, which I'm not too upset about. Yeah, I'm okay with that. No, like I said, the only thing we need to do... Honestly, I might make that bottom layer... No, we should have it metal just for functionality. The issue is, as always, is that it's a lot of metal, because the applique is going to be textured. Actually, I'll probably just trim color and maybe not even textured at all. Just keep it undecoed. The issue here really is the texturing, you know? There are plates between the wheels of the tracks on a bunch of them. Yeah, on the outside here, like, I did notice that as well. I did see that. I'm looking at the one right now where it has like a little, like, I would argue an oblique beam. I wouldn't even argue like a full beam. Something like this going all the way across it, right? Okay, actually, you know what? That kind of looks sick, I'm not gonna lie. Then we can always add like deep water guard coded stuff onto there. Okay, you know what? I'm starting to cook with this. This actually is starting to cook. With yeah, with some suspension bits deco on. Yeah, no, I know. I got the picture here. Let's look at the other side of the excavator. We kind of want to step it. So let's do a layer here. Ooh, you know what? What if we got fancy with it? This in here. That's a little platform there. Realize that we're not building on the turret anyway, so it doesn't really matter. You in here. You up here. That might be too much metal for what I want to do here. But we'll still try it anyway. And that covers in what we want to do. Ooh. Yeah. Okay, that works. That works pretty nicely. And then what we can do here is we can do wood all the way down like this. Up until probably about here-ish, where we can swap to 2 meters. Make this a 3-meter slope, so it looks like a stairway going up maybe to where we load the gun. Who knows? I certainly don't. I don't know what I'm doing. And then let's replace you with a metal beam. We had that front little platform that excavators would have on the right-hand side across from the boom crane. You like hydraulic suspension? Sure. Again, be loaded, maybe the breech being open in the back. That's what I'm thinking, right? Having an open breech gun. I don't know about a little crane, but we can maybe actually maybe a little crane with a little platform coming off the back here. Because that way we can break up the back texture between the radiator and the little loading platform. So let's say from... Let's say from here and here. We can do like a little crane platform. Have you come out here. Oh, you know what? As we add more stuff on here, I'm actually I'm very happy with this. Let's do the usual shenanigans here. Something like this, yeah? Where it's really built on top of it instead of being built into it. And that will help break up the shape quite a lot, actually. Oh, that's good. I'm very happy with that. Yeah, so a little platform here for like a little crane that can help build it up. I don't want to do too much more aesthetic ideas though until we get the central bit. And then obviously we're gonna have to cut into the deck hub over here. Hey Grill, thank you for the 12 months in a row. Field avoids love and cares. I've been watching you for over a year's time. That's crazy to me to think about it. Hey, 10 people long. Thank you for the 22 month streak. We're almost at 2 years. God damn. Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you all for renewing your subs. I always appreciate it. Ooh, all the people subbing now. Yeah, we almost have a hype train. That's crazy. All right. You know, I am happy that we're actually making progress on this because I've been wanting to build. I've been watching you for over 2 decades. Yeah, it's almost 3 decades. Oh, oh no. I was thinking about that earlier because it's stop that. Yeah, I'm at the point now, 10 people, where I'm thinking that's like, you know, like, oh yeah, remember this we did 20 years ago? Because I was gonna talk to you about it earlier today at like 6 a.m. I was gonna be like, yeah, remember like when we did this 20 years ago? And then I was like, I don't want to remember something I did 20 years ago. Why can I remember 20 years ago? 20 years ago was the 90s, right guys? Right guys? 20 years ago was the 90s? I shouldn't be able to remember the 90s. Because I don't, but... Anyway, 10 people. Oh, what do you think of this build so far? We're doing a cram self-propelled howitzer. So it's a construction excavator that we've quote-unquote modified. I actually think I do want to round this off. It's been 20 years since our first... Oh my god, you're right. Oh, why did you have to say that? You're so right. And then next year will be the anniversary of getting their second dog. For those of you that don't know, our first dog we got in 2005, and she passed away just at the tail end of 2006 or the start of 2007 because she unfortunately had cancer. 2007, yeah. And then our second dog would have been 2007. Wow, she would have been 20 this year. Our second dog passed away during COVID. She was very old. She had lived a good life, don't get me wrong. And she had gotten old and she was getting frail and sick, and we decided that rather than have her go through any pain, we would, you know, help her along, right? And so she went with family around, and it was sad because I wish she had been there longer. And then my second cat, because our first cat was like, oh my god, our first cat was over 20 years. Well, actually, does she count as our first cat? That was kind of Dad's cat from before we were born. Our first cat had a brain tumor. He was the most lovely boy. Still miss him. Yeah. It was rough, but she wasn't catching those old age she wasn't catching those old age pensions anymore. The funniest story I have from that, to make light of a situation, is the day we took the family dog to go under. We came back and the cat was obviously looking for her and couldn't find her. And then the next day, the cat immediately started catching mice again. Our cat had not caught mice in about 10 years at that point. But like the day, but the dog passed away, she immediately started catching mice. She was like, because she saw that we took the dog away. She's like, oh shit, I gotta start doing my job around here. That was kind of funny. Yeah, it was nice to see. Hey, Legend, how's it going? But yeah, I didn't want to end on such a... Yeah, but I'm thinking about all the pets now, because Freckles would have been 20 this year. And as would Snuggles. Freckles was the second dog, Snuggles was the second cat. We were very creative naming when we were 7, but... I was like, I didn't know performance reviews were due. Yeah, and then my first... I'm gonna consider Snuggles my first cat. I know we had Winnie in like 2002, but I don't really I remember her, but I don't... like I was a toddler, right? And that was more Dad's cat, I would argue. Is I'm pretty sure Winnie was from 94, so she's Dad's cat? Yeah, okay, we agree on that, yeah. Wow, Winnie was from 94. Yeah, she was the good one too. I'm glad that, aside from Breezy, our first dog who passed prematurely, I'm glad that we had such long-lived animals. Like that's good. Very long-lived, yeah. All right. It just means that they had good lives, That's the way I like to think about it. Let's put maybe get distracted by clear obscure music. Maybe something like that, and then have like a standing control here at my stand-in desk. Haha, maybe that joke was funnier because of my stand-in desk, and then we can do slats and all that over to Windows. Look at that demo game you're talking about. Looks good. Also been playing Conquest of Elysium 5. Really fun. Yeah, I want to get into Conquest of Elysium 5. Isarian Front Lines, I definitely want to let it polish a bit more, and then I'm going to do a video on it, because they're releasing Rivers next month, hopefully. The dev and I were just talking about how his family just got COVID, so we don't know if the River update is going to come this month or not. But using stand-in desks as window slates. Okay, that'd be pretty good, actually. Yeah, I do want to cut out here, I think, where we can put another platform, maybe a smaller platform, where it would be like a little entry point. Yeah, that works actually, and that solves the issue of how do we make it, yeah, because this can be where the ladder comes in. Okay, and then we have the engine block, we have 2 little platforms, which helps break up that flat shape. And then we have the layered effect on the right-hand side where all the cram Tetris is gonna go. Maybe an outhouse, because sometimes you gotta go. Can you imagine just having like a little like lean over the side for an outhouse? No, if they want to use the washroom, they can get off the excavator. It's like a real excavator. Actually, no, I shouldn't say it's like a real excavator, because I know operators who use the washroom inside their excavator. This is a long story, but I had this one guy. I think he was easily in his 60s or 70s, or maybe he just smoked a lot. I don't know. Insane flex on the stand and dust guy tip for this. But I've seen this guy at work every day for about 4 months. I had never once seen him outside of an excavator, and we tried to. This became a game on site where we'd be like. I'll be like, oh, lunchtime, let's go see, like, what, I'll say Ernie for anonymity purposes. We'll go see what Ernie's up to, right? Like, is he gonna go grab lunch? And we go up there and he goes, nope, he has a full goddamn mac and cheese container just in his excavator. And we're like, Ernie, are you gonna come join us for lunch? And he goes, nope, I'm happy right here. Because it was like, this was back during the heat wave in 2023 when it was like 40 degrees Celsius. And so we just ended up, being like, okay, like, because the thing is, his excavator had AC. Nowhere else on site had AC. So this guy was just camping in his excavator for the AC all day. I don't think he ever turned that excavator off when I was on site. Because it would always be on by the time we get the site, and it would always be, like, we'd always leave before he does. So I'd never seen this guy outside of his excavator. He became one of the holy machine Truly had chosen at the side. But it was so funny, because, like, we'd be like, hey, like, you know, Ernie, we're all gonna, like, you know, like, some of the guys would be like, we're taking a smoke break, do you want to join? And he goes, nope. And then he would just open the machine window and smoke at the side of the excavator. Which kind of defeats the purpose of air conditioning, which was really funny. But, yeah, and like we were discussing it one day, we were like, have you ever seen Ernie take a washroom break? And we were like, no, I've never seen him outside of the excavator. So we'd always try to invite him to like after work drinks and whatnot, but he would always be like, oh, nope, I gotta save money, because he was sending money back to his family, right? And it was just the funniest thing, because like we'd always just try to be like, all right, we gotta find a way to get him out of the excavator. Like, no man can stay inside the excavator forever. And it was the funniest thing. That just reminded me of that. All right, do I prefer the inverted corner? I think I do, actually. And then over here, we can do a square corner, I think, maybe for the side. Because this side doesn't need to be... Actually, that side's already rounded, but... You know what? I'm going to be a hater. And plus, this saves on volume, too, if you think about it. And it also looks a little bit like a little bit less metal. So does that look too thin though? No, I think that's okay actually. Maybe some square headlight housings. Do we need headlight houses? Yeah, maybe we'll do some. Maybe we'll turn this into like a little headlight area. We'll see. The issue is on a real excavator, this would be like 1 block wider, but I do not want to, I God forbid I do an even width build. You know what I mean? I refuse on principle. All right, how's this look? This is honestly, this is looking pretty good for, oops, all turret craft. Oh, Borderwise is never gonna let me live this down. Borderwise said in our tank Vit collab almost a year ago now that, you could do like tanks that are mostly turrets, and then just a little bit on the downside, right? And I said, wow, what a silly idea. Who would ever do that? It's me, Borderwise. I would do that. It was me, Bori. It was me, Bori. It was me, Bori. I'm the one who turned a tank into mostly a turret. It's actually kind of giving TG vibes because of the nature of excavators, which I kind of like. I like that Deepwater Guard can emulate quote-unquote TG without actually, you know, just stealing from TG. That's pretty cool. Alright, put you down here. That is sufficiently scrungled. I can be pretty happy with that. Never even. Well, honestly, to be fair, if I made this an even width, I'd have a lot less people complaining. And actually, it would only be the turret that's even width. The craft itself would still be... Oh, absolutely. Devilish Seymour. Whatever it is. Delightfully devilish Seymour, I think. I actually don't watch The Simpsons. That's my biggest flaw right now. I actually don't know what the quote is because I've never seen the... Well, I used to watch The Simpsons, I feel. I don't want to do this squared off portion all the way around. It lets you see more of the undercarriage, right? Which we kind of want to see. No, I think just the sides for now can be, just the right-hand side for now can be rounded off. And then this side, and the back can be rounded off. Yeah, that works. Put like not Crash Bandicoot. What series is it where it's just, oh, Pac-Man. It's just the Pac-Man, yeah. We can keep you rounded like this. Now that may also feel too flat, so we'll have to be careful with this. Yeah, that looks pretty good. So underneath the cockpit squared off, everywhere else can be rounded off. That's starting to, this is starting to look like a craft. This is actually starting to look like a good craft. Alright, this means I get to close the Yellow Jackets bounty today, because no one else really worked on this. Which means I get to have all the fun with it. Isn't that exciting? And honestly, I'm actually going to delete this. I think we'll change this to a metal band here. Just, again, help break up that texture, right? 3D modeling, I find, is usually like 100% texture. It's all about that texture and how you break it up. Okay, let's do 3 here so that we can figure out how we want to put the gun in place, too. I think we have to raise the gun up by 1, actually. Yeah, I think raising the gun up by 1 would solve most of our issues. There we go. Oh, this is connected to the back. Oh, because there's a barrel. I was like, why isn't it not connected to the back? Because those are barrels, dumbass. There we go. All right. I thought I hit R on the gauge increase. All right, 27 by 19. I think that's the same as the Khopesh dimensions, isn't it? Which would be very funny if it is, because I feel like the Khopesh is definitely going to feel a lot heavier than this, which is good. It's a main battle tank. Yeah, that is similar to the Khopesh dimensions, which actually may be an issue. Well, to be fair, I wanted to make the Khopesh smaller anyway. We can just say it's one of the smaller excavators too. It doesn't have to be like the big ones, right? So we can cope and sieve on this one. All right, let's put you in here. Let's get you in here. Okay, now we can mess around within here. And by mess around, I mean just repeat what we've already had, honestly, because I don't want to touch it much. I think I'm quite happy with how this looks. There we go. Move you up 1. Yeah, that looks good to me. Okay, it's a lot of metal at the front there, but again, we're kind of need that much metal, so I don't mind it. And hey, now we have room for those square headlights I wanted. That literally fixes every issue I had with this build. It's supposed to be a conversion wall? Yeah, it's supposed to be an excavator that was turned into a cram cannon by the Yellow Jackets. So, the heavy armor basket I can't really negotiate on. I just kind of need that. The FCD excavator treads frame. Yeah, that's what I was going for. So I'm glad that's visible to someone who hasn't been here the entire time. And then the platforms obviously are T-Putterguard style into it, because it's not a replica, it is just meant to be inspired by. If you do replicas, it gets weird really fast. That back platform will have both the Spadon on it and the a little like gantry crane for an open breech gun, hopefully. And then the side platform over here is the access hatch. So like we'll put ladders coming off the side, so this is how people get into the cockpit, and then we'll do another one over on this side to get onto the gun loading platform. The issue is where are we gonna have the shell storage? The engine's gonna be in this little corner. The cram Tetris is gonna be all throughout this side of the tank. Let's actually... I'll do some armor in here just so we can say that we tried. There we go. Just have the wedges here, and then we'll have the cram Tetris behind it. Hey, Magic, how's it going? Good to see you. What did you guys get up to today? I didn't get a chance to check out your stream. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Roastin VT. I'm an Archaeologist Vtuber and real-life archaeologist, and we are currently working on a little build for the game called FTD, which I also happen to be in charge of the land campaign. I can't put that quite there. I need that to be wood, actually. I want that to be platform. Yeah, let me know what you guys got up to today. It's great getting to see you. Just to float a few pixels above the bottom of the screen. No, I'm not. Thank you for catching that. Why is that happening? It's strange. Why was I floating there? Thank you for catching that. Honestly did not catch that this entire time. Is any ever off pixels right now? At Offston? Yeah, honestly. No one else noticed that either. That's the crazy part. No, I'm still floating a little. Why am I floating so much? I'm not a Meta Knight. I shouldn't be floating this much. Alright, let's just do this then. Strange. I actually don't know why that was like that. That's never been an issue before. I go here. Do I still look right? Huh. That's the issue with my sources in OBS. Yeah, I wonder if it's the latest. I didn't even update to the latest one that was the issue. So like, it shouldn't be a problem right now. That fixes it though, so. Yeah, thank you, Magi. I love how every time Magi raids in, he always fixes some of my setup. I appreciate it, honestly. But, no, what did you guys get up to today? I'm curious. Okay, let's get in here. Here we go. Yeah, okay, so that works for here. And then in here. I'll just do this. Okay, so that'll be the first little deck here. We can put some railing up and around it. That will look really good. We'll make way December's on Sunday. Earthbound got 2 more bosses fight. Oh, nice! Earthbound is one of those games I still need to play. It's such a cool game. I just need to actually sit down and make time for it, you know? Alright, Magi, you know what a construction excavator looks like, right? How does this feel so far? I'm curious. I'll let you provide critique on it. Because I'm working on 3D modeling one that's been converted into an artillery platform. So instead of having the big crane, it just has the cram. Oh, what we do is we use the crane arm that used to have the bucket on it. We use that as the autoloader. That's what we're gonna do. No idea what awaits since it's my first time playing Earthbound, but I'm having such a blast with the community. Hey, that's cool. I'm glad that the community has been so cool to you. This is a Stonehenge in-game. Ooh, Stonehenge. Reminds me a ton of cranes, if that's what you're going for. Yeah, I'm going for like an excavator. You know, like the ones that have the big buckets at the front. That's what the base is for. Yeah, if we put like a little crane off to the side for the... Oh, I might have to move where the platform is then. It needs room to be able to move it, right? Unless I make the breach up here? What if I make it a top load and like a Bren gun? Hold on, wait a second. What's yellow and can't swim in an excavator? True. Actually, no, I've seen an excavator swim. Well, I've seen it paddle. I don't think I've seen it swim. And no, I will not be providing clarification for this. I can get you built up in here. There we go. Okay, the layer in here I'm actually quite happy with right now. We should base, yes, do it. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, right? Why can't this swim? Because it only has 1 arm. Okay, that's pretty good. I just want to imagine it, like, imagine an excavator that has 2 arms now. Oh, that would be such a fun mech idea, actually. Make a mech that has 2 excavator arms. Imagine just a little excavator clapping at the end of the day. That'd be cute, actually. Twice as strong. True. That is true. Alright. In here is going to be an issue. No, it's not, because this is just a little walkway area. See, it's already the same height as over here, so we're actually fine. No, because that's the window. I think I do need to increase the height of this, actually. I didn't want to, but now that I'm looking at it, I think we need to. Because everything's telling me that it's not working. I gotta sneeze 1 second. Quickly be right back to grab some food. No worries. You have, yeah, you do what you need to. Anyone who's coming in from Magi stream, please, by all means, get that post-care stream. Post-stream care. I'm not English. Alright, let's put you in here. Let's put you in here. I think we do need to do this. in here like that. We still get that window shape. Move this up by one. Yeah, that works. Put you in here. Put you like this. Yeah, and then this way the wood frame here matches up with the outside. All right, that works. Oh, you know what? The higher up side windows I'm actually not against. That actually looks pretty decent. And then do we maintain the same... it's not quite the same arch, but you know what? It's good enough for us, honestly. We just build this up a little bit. Well, actually, you know what? We can keep that. Then there. Then there. Hey, there we go. Now we only have to worry about it coming one down from the platform, which I think makes a lot more sense. Okay, you know what? This is starting to work, guys. I'm beginning to believe here. I'm actually beginning to believe. We live in a post-care society. True, the post-care stream. It's where we do a stream where I no longer give a care. I just don't care what anything looks like. We just build. I'm sure that would go great. All right, so we have that little platform here. We forgot this, it seems. And over here. Okay, that's not bad. Though I am sad because this doesn't feel right anymore without having the oblique here. But it does feel a little bit more squared off, which I guess is kind of what we want anyway, so. Yeah, that works. Yeah, the oblique thickening it out at the base there really breaks up the square texture. I need to use this as an example of how to break up square texture in the future. I'm very happy with this. Actually, you know what we do instead? We break it up ourselves. And it makes sense that you'd want more vision outside that side of the window anyway, because this one goes towards the gun. Obviously, you just make sure the gun's not, like, busted up, and then out the window over here, we can definitely armor up. It'd be quite easy. At the front, we kind of already had that start of the armor with the oblique. Alrighty, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. And I think we can get away with doing, like... something like that, maybe, to armor. Yeah, that looks armored. Then we can do the same thing on the side windows eventually. Okay. Yeah, I'm starting to. This is starting to cook. This is starting to cook. Anyone can cook. Yeah, yeah. All right. How'd that go into the platform? Obviously, as if we can just ignore it as if we weren't building that up. I'm here again, and now I've been soaking wet twice today because I went swimming for 3 hours and then showered to get chlorine out of the hair. And so he's like, "Yeah, it does. That's why you dry off after you shower. It's why you dry off." All right. Fuel engines. Large radiator in here. Actually, yeah, we will have this flush with the deck here. Then we can just round it off. Do 2 radiators, and then imagine, if you would, some machinery, which we will add as a deco, don't worry. Maybe not that though. Something like that for this area. And then honestly, we will move it over so we have some room between the This is what I imagine for this little build. I think I can be happy with this. So we have the engine block back there, which will kind of look like that. Obviously, we'll have the radiators offset with some deco. And we probably actually won't even use radiators. We'll probably just have an exhaust coming out the side. Ooh, yeah, maybe a big exhaust coming out the side could be nice. Then we have the ladder coming up here. Okay, this is all starting to come together. I'm quite happy with this. And we're already at 1.2 volume. A ladder. Oh yeah. I can go all the way down there. And how badly does that swing? The answer is badly. So we gotta raise it up a little bit. You know, it still looks like a ladder though, so that's fine. People can jump from, because you know what, honestly, I've seen enough operators jump on the treads and then go in, that's fine. You can walk on treads, everyone knows that. All right, so that's the access points, making this one walkable. Just how do we breach the gun now? Welcome back, Magic. You take the ladder to get on the treads and you take on the top ladder. You have a little platform attached to the treads. Maybe. Maybe. Depends on how much it would get in the way, though. Keep in mind, the entire top turret has to rotate, right? Alright, let's actually get rid of you. And then 2 metal here. Let's actually do wood here. We don't need metal here. Metal can be for the exterior. We can do stairs, though. Actually, better yet. Let's do some, like, actually nice stairs. Kind of just, like, ad-libbing this as I go along, but you know what? It's working, so I'm not going to complain too much. Do the stairs up into this medium category up here. Then again, it's just how do we style this gun? This might be something I leave the quarry, honestly, which I'm sure he'll love to hear at as he's working in the background. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Honestly, no, the more I look at this, the happier I am with it. Oh, hey, Corey. Yeah, Corey, how would you feel about styling this gun? So I feel like I got a good base here, but you could probably work around it. And then we just need a little crane at the back with, you know, like a little loading, maybe a top loader. Hey, McDoominton, how's it going? Good? Hell yeah. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. I think I could be happy with that if we do it. We got some good. I got some good style in here. Hey, Major Mia, how's it going? Good gun? Yeah, we're doing the new Ashes Craft. Well, I say we're doing a new Ashes Craft. We're just about to finish up a new Ashes Craft because I'm gonna send this over to Quarry for some gun, maybe a gun shield up front here, but that cuts into the side deck. I'm not sure. Better yet, I don't know how I would want to do this actually. Because ideally, get our railings out here, right? One here, put one here. One here, sure. And then... Hello? Oh, the... Ugh, hate that button sometimes. Okay. Stop hitting left control, please. Thank you. Do something like right here, right? Like, that's what I'm thinking for the railing. So with this one here, I might actually curve it in just a little bit. So I do something like this into this. Actually, better yet, let's do something like this, because that way it doesn't get in front of the gun position, right? So I think that works. What we'll actually do is let's get this from the start. You here. You here. You here. Yeah, I guess we didn't want this one. This. Oh, perfect. Let's go. Like a glove. And then I want this here. A little bit too high. I want you down here, actually. That keeps you honest up there. And then right there. So something like that for the sides. Yeah, okay, I'm really starting to like this, guys. This is starting to look good. Regard OSHA approved, confirmed. True. That's not bad. Alrighty. That's not bad at all. Realize I left a little quarry speed hole there. My bad. What did leave that there, actually? Oh, it's, yeah, when I switched it from solid to curved. Okay, it's very asymmetric, but it doesn't feel ridiculous, which I'm happy about. It feels like a plausible conversion. Not that it's a good conversion, mind you, but it feels plausible at least. I can be pretty happy with that. All right, we're gonna go into this ad break here, and then we are going to prepare for the review section. I'm gonna end a little bit early today, just because I gotta do groceries and then I gotta finish up my EU5 video. So, excavator. I'm not calling it the excavator roar. Then we'll think of a name for it for the Yellow Jacket style. That reminds me, did I submit that Rattler? I feel like every time I see it, I don't know if I submitted it or not. I still have not submitted the new Rattler. Okay. I need to do it tonight. Because I do want this one to be the new one. What's wrong with this one? Yeah, those ribbons are set. All that's good to go. Something wrong with it last time I saw? I got rid of the heavy armor, yeah. Yeah, heavy armor's gone. Okay, that makes sense. That all works back here. That volume cost. What was wrong with this? Why did I not submit this? My name. Was there much heavy armor? Heavy barrel? No, heavy armor got removed. Okay, this one works. All right, I'm happy with that then. That one was made by Cheesecake, if you guys are wondering. Same people who did White Flayers, Bork and Cheesecake. God, it looks so good. I'm so excited for it. All right. I'm pretty happy with that, honestly. Yeah, we'll do some canvas probably over the side here. Line some canvas up. Maybe do a little more over here. We'll see. The goats! Hey, Cruz, how's it going? I like the totally a tank. Which one, the Rattler or my excavator, which is just a turret on a tank, which I already made fun of Borderwise for. But yeah, Yellow Jackets needed a cram vehicle, so we have the Scrapworks. Well, actually, I guess Deep Underguard in general, or Dustman in general, needed more cram vehicles, because I think this is the only cram and stand Scorpion styles. And then Yellow Jackets has the Scrapworks, the Python, and the Tuareg. So I guess actually, okay, we actually have a decent amount of cram. I need to replace the Landlubber. And I need to replace the smuggler, I think. I'm not quite happy. I'm happy with their lore. I'm just not happy with their performance right now. But we'll worry about that once. We'll worry about that once Ashes is more complete. So many funny lads. Yeah. All right, we'll get that upgrade. Oh, the other thing I need to look at. Actually, you know what? Yeah, you guys are coming with me as I do my actually need to work on stuff review today. Because I have been slacking on the code of duties lately. Where's Orange in my DMs? I know I got Orange to actually work on something for me. Isn't that crazy, guys? There we go. Okay. Throw you in here. Smuggler, Q, ship, truck. I don't know. Smuggler is a ship that was converted into a land vehicle. Okay. I need to go to roast. Sorry, I was just reading something on the side note there. Yes, it's time, chat. We actually have the frigate bird mostly done. Oh, Orange cooked on these engines. Okay. Maybe a little bit of a stretch. Yeah, maybe that wood there could actually... I told him it's too much metal in the engine, and now I'm gonna switch out some of the wood with metal. That's hilarious. I am very funny. Oh, that actually cooks. How does it fly, though? Not well, it seems. Okay, so we definitely need some more speed on this, and I might add some steam jets. It might also look better in the water, too. We'll see. Just want it in the water. We're done here. I'm happy with the excavator. I did the funny, didn't I? Neater. There we go. Alright, let's see what we got here. So he does float, I know that much. Because he does need water takeoff, but he can do water takeoff on his own. Now, how far does he get up to speed in is the question. And the floats don't come down when he's landed, which I do want them to come down when he's landed. He is a lumbering beast of a guy, but he is a godly, believe it or not. Is idle speed low? No, it's just very slow acceleration. Oh man, Orange absolutely cooked on these engines. I'm very happy with. Oh, actually, no, I don't like the ERA around the front. I'll switch that around. I don't mind some ERA there, but not like that. What does that sign say? Pitch prop fin remove if necessary. This is Orange. Ah, okay, I see. And turret restrictions are pain. Yeah, that makes sense, Corey. Alright, Corey, you still have to finish your ACP on this for the floats, yeah? So I know those are your idea. It's got half its engine on asymmetric thrust for turn-in. Does it? Okay. Yeah, it's not like we're using too much energy type fin, so I think we will just give it some. Do we just throw some steam jets on this bad boy? Because that would make sense for you know, one of the more advanced float planes. Before I did that. Well, you're gonna have to finish it now, buddy. ED is still there on the wind wall. Yeah, I'll let you. Alright, so instead of me working on this, I'll throw it at Quarry first, have him finish off his parts of it, and then I'll come back and finally finish my parts of it. This needs a trigger hooked up? Yeah. Then maybe we make Quarry do the, Who named it Blue Raspberry Slurpee? I'm gonna have to change that. What is the idle speed on this, actually? Idle thrust, 25%. Let's go up. Let's see what it does at 100. Okay, it gets up there in speed. Okay, honestly, I think I'm a little bit happier with that. I can put it back down to 25% speed. Let's do like 35% speed. Doesn't have to ramp up as much. Idle speed will be 35%. That puts him at 50 free cruising speed. I'm okay with that. Okay, actually, okay, 1 second. No, because we're gonna be moved, so I won't do the sentence until later. So let's say 35% speed, right? And then let's summon the Dastardly Marauder to be attacked. Okay, so he does get up to altitude, no problem. Gun still does enough damage, honestly. It's not bad. I think it's the best you're gonna get for a Deep Water Guard Godly plane. And it still has its top attack, so it still feels like a golf. Oh, never mind, there we go. There's some damage right there. And of course, missiles make it the Godly. So it's not like, you know, it's not the platonic ideal, as Lions would say, of a Godly, and then he crashes. But he can recover, so even though he nosedives, he can recover. Okay. I don't know, guys, not bad. I kind of like that. That's fun. Probably never see it, but it's a cool detail. So it can land if you could set it to 0 when over water. Can Brad control idle speed? Good question, actually. All right, what else can let's see? Test against the Great Souvenir. So I think that's Orange's Godly. So if my Godly beats his Godly, I'm okay with this. Okay, we took a hit, but we have armor. Yes, that's right, an armored plane. Isn't that crazy? Okay, we're taking a few hits. I think this is going to be a Who's Missile. I don't think our APS is what we did decide in Factory here. I think it's going to be a Who's Missile V2. Oh, never mind. The APS actually did do quite a bit of damage there, and then the missiles come in and finish it off. All right, my Godly beats Orange's Godly. That's all I needed. That's all I needed. That's all I needed, guys. My Godly beats Orange's Godly. We'll do a bit more testing here because I do want it to actually be decently adequate. I will break the orange so that it beats the Great Souvenir. Hit him with that colon free. There we go. Alright. Also, what a great time for Claire Obscure OST to really pop off. That's great. Look, you know what? Between me, Potek, Quarry, and Orange himself armoring my stuff for me, I kind of want to put Cram on this side, actually. I'll ask Pathos if I have the budget. Because we're already in the total firepower part. If I remove some of the missiles and put a Cram in, I think that could be funny. But I also know that he doesn't want me to go above 250k for materials. Which means this will probably be the cheapest Godly in Deep Water Guard, which probably not the cheapest, but yeah, because Blind Sclerosis, that is still Godly, not hard, if I remember correctly. But it does mean that it would probably be one of the larger craft that can still spawn, though, because it's cheap. And then I think if we just increase the speed, I'd be happy. Chip I submitted for Rors's Deep Water Guard fan vote. I kind of want to see if it defeats the Burb, since it does defeat the Great Souvenir. Great Souvenir is a Godly, right? Let me double check that. It is, okay, good. Let's defeat the Sinner's Luck. Let's see how many other Godlies it can beat. I don't think it's going to beat any of the Pathos-style Godlies, but Fitzgerald is not one of the military styles. It's, you know, it's kind of like Sinner's Luck or Great Souvenir, but it's like Goldwater ones, where it is very much a civilian style, quote unquote. Okay, there's the broadside. A lot of bit of damage, but we're not splitted, we're not exploded. And then the top attack, yeah, very few ships have top armor. Oh my god, we've actually perfected the Gotha's attack plan. Why did it not fire its missiles? We're tanking a lot of damage here. I'm genuinely impressed by this. I think doing the heavy armor poles along the wing and the tail are actually helping quite a bit with its survivability. Because the Gotha would have easily exploded by now. The only difference is that the Gotha is a little bit faster, but like I said, I think we add steam jets, maybe to the first 2 engines. Okay, we get stuck because of the rotation. So if we didn't have turret restrictions, I think we could have done a second pass and we would have won. Hey, that's good to know, though. I'm very happy with this, performance-wise. I think this is doing very good. Horse did an incredible job armoring this. I'm generally surprised this one isn't dying more. Alright, let's respawn it. I'll let Quarry do the turret restrictions when he gets to it. And then the only thing I need to do is idle speed. Put it up to like 30%. Oh, you know what? This makes me excited to work on the frigate bird again. Because I'm not gonna lie, I was stagnating a little bit on it because I was like, oh, I don't want to have to work on it, right? Yeah, I'll spend the pirate plane to be exact. It's just an upgraded Gotha. I based it off of PBY Catalina originally, and then it's kind of evolved into its own thing. But this is made to replace the Gotha because Paphos wanted the Gotha to be a godly for some reason, so. In exchange, I got to rename it the frigate bird so it matches up with the rest of the Deepwater Guard's naming conventions. We'll go from there. Does it beat the Felix? Because I know the Felix just got updated. Who did the Felix update? How's its anti... Because the thing about the Gotha is that it was surprisingly good at anti-air combat. Let's see how the new Gotha does for... Or the new frigate bird does for the old Gotha. This is 2022 versus 2025 Rorston at this point. Okay, so they both went to the side of each other, but the Gotha does have better restrictions right now, it seems. Yeah, because this guy keeps getting caught on himself. Alright. Oh, let's see, maybe it can still fire. The APS on the frigate bird is much better, obviously, just due to size, and also the fact that it has two of them. It'll always be funny to me that the Gotha was meant as a cast, like a close air support plane, and it always does better as a dogfighter. Yeah, because it's okay. So let's actually fix those turret restrictions, which means I have to learn how to do turret restrictions because I never remember how to do them. All right, I'm gonna postpone roast so I can actually work on the frigate bird. All right. I love float paints. It's so much bigger. Yeah, I know. How much detection does the frigate bird have right now? That's a great question. Did we put detection on this? I don't think we have detection on it. These front cockpits should be for detection. So we'll put detection up here. Cram coming out this nose. And then detection coming out of here as well. Because it was missing by a mile. Yeah. A country mile nonetheless. Alright. God, I'm so happy with this one already. Alright, Quarry, I'll add detection to your list of to-do today, because I don't feel like doing detection and, where are the turret restrictions? Probably on the turrets. That's right, the turret restrictions go in the turrets. Oh yeah, we put them in like this. I got poked out and I did this. Alright, constraints of field of fire. Let's have it so we can actually see the constraints. Now, I'm gonna need one of you guys to remind me how to do this, because I don't do this very often. So, maximum azimuth would be... Well, azimuth is something we don't have to worry about. That's not the turret, it's an elevation turret. So I want, what? Minimum elevation here, I think? Right? Nope. That's a little bit too far in front. So about, like, 27 degrees? The turrets are so far back that it's hard to be able to tell how will the barrels interact with the winds. Okay, let's actually turn on our pieces for this. Okay, so... Okay, it only shows from one side, really? Do I need to be in the P menu for this? That's so silly if that's true. Yeah, I do. Oh my god. This is gonna be kind of painful if I recall correctly. Yeah, probably. Remember, elevation is relative to azimuth. Alright, what angle would that be? Well, let's just put it at 60 degrees for now and see how that looks. Take this. Where's my little finger docks? Let's save you real quick. Restart. This is always the least fun part. This is why we have the little Codal help squad to do this for me, because I just hate doing stuff like this. It's so tedious. go, thank you. Please put my design back. Yeah, this thing has some mass behind it too. Do you see how fast it destroyed that? Like, I know it's 10k volume, but my god. New GPU and Mobo arrived? Nice! Hell yeah, Elbor! I'm excited to see some builds from you. I think the deco will pull on the turret rotation point and use that to find the perfect angle. Ah, that would make sense actually. I won't be doing that, but that would be a good idea. Alright, so... Okay, so he stops there. And then he gets stuck back here usually, right? So... yeah, that's where he gets stuck. Okay. Hey, Big Bean, thank you for the resubscription. 15 months. How's it going? Finally back from my monthly sub. Any chance you want my SS Heavy in for us? Yeah, of course, put it in. I'd love to see it. We're just working on the newest, the Fitzgerald Godly for Deep Water Guard. It's meant to replace the Gappa, and so far it's actually working decently well, which both concerns me and makes me happy that I designed something that actually works decently well. Well, I say design something. It was a team effort between AOTE, Orange, Quarry, and I. Because Quarry helped with a lot of the shaping. I had the overall design and did most of the block work. And then Potet did the APS. And Mr. Orange did the armoring, because I could not be bothered to armor this one. And for my breadboard being roasted, oh, for my battleship being roasted, apply the stuff to my new ship. Hell yeah, I'm excited to see your new ship. Then I still have to deco it to make it look a little bit better. Still very rough right now in terms of deco. It's also the first real large plane that we have. It's like the Felix. I still have to take a look at the Felix, honestly. But I'm pretty sure the Felix was okay last time I saw it. It'll be a good comparison between the two, actually, though. Let's see what you think. A lot of drama that seems to read up on now around it. Oh. Oh, fun. I'll have to read that later. Ah, so the Felix also has 4 engines, which is unfortunate, but it is much smaller at least. I might reduce the Felix to 2 engines, honestly. Or maybe 3 engines. Orange did a good job on this, though. Ah, I see he did the strike engine idea. Which is really funny, because he didn't do it on this one. I was like, you have enough room in here, just do the strike engine idea. But, interesting. Yeah, you know what, these are different enough that I don't actually mind. But now I want to add a 6 engine to the frigate bird. Oh, you know what, there actually is some issues. You know, I'll look over this later. I'll come back into this guy later. Did he get the right paint at least? He did get the right paint. Huge. Orange actually followed the style guide. I'm so proud of him. Love the way he did these too. He does those torpedoes. What are mine? I forget what I did. I did active radar seekers. Why? Oh, because they're magnet bombs. Okay, they're glide bombs. That's fine. Yeah, glide bombs make sense. I always love the Felix. Every single design used for it has been peak. I would disagree with that. I feel like Rose Felix, like the one where it was just all 7 layers of metal around the bottom, was not peak. I think this one is pretty good though. But this turret is way too much glass. And too much metal. Orange, we're gonna have to have a chat about this. I'm gonna have to go through and fix some of this stuff. And it's a little bit too bland along the sides here. Some paint touch-ups would help that. Because I tend to do more like front to back paint jobs than side to side here, like how Orange has done it. And that's just me nitpicking because I have done the majority of Deepwater Guard planes. If you look in this menu, I did the Gappa, I did the Shrike. I set up all the carrier planes, which is like the Cormorant, the Puffin, and the Razorbill. So I tend to be picky when it comes to planes. Everything else here, though, I do like. I like the details here. Again, too much metal around here. This could easily be a wood frame here. Yeah, I'll fix that up later. Danny here's that the initial cost of my GPU covered both the replacement GPUs and the Mobo's cost, which is quite absurd if I think about it. Yeah, no, GPUs are insane right now in terms of cost. All right. We are back to our turret restrictions. Where is my turrets? There we go. Okay. If you want them relative to your parent turret spinner, if you have one, then select this. Okay, cool. Mark display. Oh, okay, I can. Okay, hey, nice. There we go. That's helpful. That's very helpful. Okay, so I'm reading this right. Minimum should be on the other side, no? No, okay. So we want maximum. No, because I want it to, yeah, there we go, okay. So I want it to be able to go the entire way around. So how do I set this up so that it can go all the way back without hitting up here? I think negative 31 elevation kind of works with what I want to. Let's do negative 30. Yeah, that actually almost works perfectly up front. Good luck. Yeah, because I assume I can't go over 180 maximum elevation, eh? Which is unfortunate to say the least. Elevation rotates with the azimuth. Okay, so how would I get this? So that it can fire a little bit up at the front and a little bit up at the back, but without going through the top wing. So just have it on one side? Well, that's what I'm asking. So how would I set it up to... How would I do that? Like, what numbers would I have to put in here? Negative elevation is upwards, positive is downwards. Okay, that makes sense. Open the azimuth allows weapons to be constrained only to shoot backwards. That's not what I want. Not the look in game. Yeah, because Flip Y, that doesn't help. Flip Z. Okay, so that puts us where we can fire backwards, but not forwards now. And honestly, maybe we just accept that. We'll try it out like this. Do we have a turret? Is this all on the... No, it's not all on the same turret. I was gonna say, there's no way we put this all on the same turret. I refuse to believe that. Alright, so that's how we have those right now. Let's now see how this would go. Just having it able to aim up on one side means it works fine on the other side too? Yeah? Okay. Okay, I'll take your word for that. Alright, we put you back at idle speed 30, please, because that way you get off the ground a little bit faster. There we go. And then mid altitude over water is 30 meters, that's fine. We'll drag his ass for a little bit, but he just does that. Alright, against the Gotha, let's see how this goes. Because I do need this fin to be able to beat the original Gotha. Okay, and then we'll just turn on detection as if we had perfect detection. Where is that again? That's in the build mode. Where's the automatic detection? Oh yeah, I forgot you can change the UI. I've made mine purple. I kind of forgot that the UI isn't made to be purple usually. Am I silly? Where is the detection? Ah, there we go. Alright. I just want to see how it would work if it had its detection set up. Obviously, it's not going to have perfect detection, but... Okay, so now its gun should spin around. It's still missing by quite a lot. Okay. Now that it's hitting it, it's not doing bad. Now, see, the Gotha does have air-to-air missiles, which the frigate bird does. But you know what? The frigate bird still wins, just based on bulk. All right. But we took way more than we should have. 9% off that is not great, but we can still fly with 9% taken off, so I don't mind that. We get out of the water now. We lost 2 of our props, so I don't think so. Oh wait, actually never mind, we're making it. Oh no, there's some bombs. Okay, interesting. Now the question is, I realized we turned off connection rules. Did we lose anything important? Well, these still don't work as intended. It's your own bombs, by the way. They should have friend or foe on them, so that's interesting. Override default, there we go. Okay, let's see if we can fix this. Get out of there. Get that turret unstuck, please. Yeah, so that one still goes into the block. Then it gets itself stuck. Which is problematic to say the least. So we do want to avoid that. So to be able to aim up one, yeah, it works no issue. Well, it does not in fact work no issue. Unfortunately. Because we were having an issue with it right now. Fire and arc my old. Yes, that's what we're trying to set up right now, Aurora. The fire and arc is what we're testing for right now. We have the fire and arc set up, but it's not working is the issue. Because theoretically, it shouldn't even be going up of that. Honestly, what I need is I need more maximum elevation here. So I theoretically need this to be cutting off here. And I need it to be cutting off here. Because I assume with like the way on the inside here is the arc, right? Is it a double? What do you mean, is it a double? Is it a double turret? Yeah, there's 2 turrets, so I have to fix both sides of the turret. But right now, both sides are getting stuck, which is the issue. That's what we're trying to figure out right now. Thank you to hydrate, Morgana. Always appreciated. Because why is it still getting stuck, right? That's the part that it shouldn't be. Yeah, that's not gonna help. Now the turret's on its side, but it still registers as elevation correctly. So I'm wondering if maybe we have to change the azimuth, but no, that seems to be okay. Certainly, the only way I can currently think is to put the turret block on a secondary turret and use the parent constructs. That's what I was thinking, but I'd rather not do that. I'd rather just have lower settings, right? They always get stuck at the back, so maybe let's just reduce the amount it can go backwards. Let's try that for now. So let's put that to -40. Then we'll see if they still get stuck. Okay. Worst case scenario, we just keep trying it until something works. Or worst case scenario, we just don't let it rotate backwards as much. We let it rotate straight down and a little bit up. Yeah, but I'm not worried about the lag. This one has so few sub-objects. I'm not worried about the lag. 4 sub-objects will not cause lag. Alright, we'll test out against the Goppa again. I've just been having fun fighting that. So we can still aim down, which is good. It's aiming forward, which is good. Action's on, which is good for us. Okay, so he's going to rotate backwards now to be able to continue firing. There we go. They both fire at each other. And does he get stuck? Still gets stuck. He's not supposed to be allowed to turn that way, though. Is the arrow pointing out the restricted side or the access side? But it looks so good. Thank you, Magi. I appreciate it. I think that might help us solve what we're looking for. Because, like, am I just being silly right now? Is this indicating the open side or the restricted side? Set up the green. I don't know what the green. I don't know what you mean by that. Red is up and down. What just exploded? Hello? What just exploded? Shouldn't have been my heartstones, no. Okay. Still uses it to aim. Arrow is the open, yeah? Okay, that makes sense. So should I just allow maximum azimuth then, I guess? If it still uses the azimuth to aim? That wouldn't make sense though why it's still going outside of its weapon restrictions. Even if it's on its side? Okay. Let's try it again. We'll just prevent it from taking damage at this point. We know it can tank a Goppa's rounds. Just want to make sure the guns are working correctly. Oh, they're still stuck in the back here. Can I get you out manually? You're still stuck. What? I've never seen turrets get stuck like this before, because it's like it forces itself into the block and then can't remove itself from the block. Like, why is this design so buggy? This shouldn't be this buggy. Like, we've had, like, circular turrets for a while now, you know what I mean? Alright, fix you up. There it goes, so. Turrets are no longer firing whatsoever. Okay, so putting on the maximum and minimum azimuth didn't help whatsoever. It just made it so it doesn't fire now. Is that the restriction of the weapon firing arc or the turret traverse arc? I've made that dumb mistake before. That is a great question. Well, the turret traverse arc should still stop it from firing. It's field of fire. Minimum elevation by 5 degrees, maybe it works. Well, we've already decreased it by 20 degrees. And the issue now is that maximum azimuth and minimum azimuth means it's... Like, it should be able to fire anywhere right now. No? Yeah, no. Increasing the elevation here doesn't help whatsoever. Because, again, it's not getting stuck at the front. It's getting stuck at the back. The minute as 0... Well, he had it at 0 and it wasn't working. So maximum here and then 0 to here. We'll put this back up to 40 for now. Yeah, because we just had both Azis at minimum 0. So you're saying put this one only to 0. Ah, what a silly game this is. I love firing restrictions for non-Newtonian turrets. Alright, so do you work now, buddy? Well, make sure you're reloaded. Reload all. Just give you a Marauder to fire at. Okay, he's firing again now. Okay. So he still works against a Marauder, which is good. Then he stopped firing, I think, because it went AI dead. Yeah, okay. Let's get a little bit of a stronger target. Get me the crossbones. Okay, so he should be firing. This turret's not even locking onto the crossbones. Why not? I turned my fire. Why is the crossbones still firing? He shouldn't be firing. Okay, well, I'm firing back now at least. That's fine. Oh, he has 2 AIs, doesn't he? Yeah, okay, so the top one should definitely turn that off. So he fires at the back now. There's a little bit of a weird azimuth, so I think he might be... Okay, so I have to collapse the azimuth in just a little bit, because otherwise he'll friendly fire, or the firing pieces stop him from firing. And then he's still going... Oh, no, okay, he's going around now. Well, this guy's stuck at the back. He's stuck inside the... I forgot I can just hit tab. Yeah, this guy still gets stuck inside the plane. Just stream it in DC. No. Yeah, he still gets stuck here. Wait, is it working? No, it's not working now. That's the issue. Does he always get stuck in the offset? Is it just because it's an offset, maybe? Like, that sounds really dumb, but is like, if I... No, because even if it's not an offset, he'll still get stuck. Okay, no, there he goes. Okay, so he loads in there, and then he tries to... Why does he try to rotate this way when he can't? So he's not getting stuck now, at least. He's just... He idles to a weird position. Okay, that's annoying. But at least we're starting to... We're getting it to not be stuck, at least. And then this one needs to be... We need both turrets to be able to rotate backwards. Or, like, back to where they are. Okay, now he goes back forward. So, okay, so it's just the left turret now that can't rotate back to its normal position. Or apparently rotate at all. What is going on with this left turret now? What have we done differently on this one, but we didn't do on the other one? Huh. Maximum elevation 90, minimum elevation 50. Does that not completely prevent it from firing at, Flipped as he works for me, okay. So you said minimum elevation 50. Feels like it, yeah, so it doesn't let it fire backwards at all. It only lets it fire down now. 40 in the left one, say symmetric. Ah, okay, thank you, that would... Let's try that first, honestly. Let's make sure that they're both the same now. This might have a goddamn turret. Thank you, there you are. Okay, this one was negative 40, it wasn't negative 35. Unless I misread what you said. Yeah, no, the right one was negative 40. They were both negative 40. Okay, he's going back for another run. There we go, he's reloaded. Okay, that works. Now he's just not aiming down. Okay. Has to be a detection issue, I assume. He should be firing behind him right now. Oh, what a weird time to be doing this. I missed the minus negative 50, not 50. Okay. I was gonna say, yeah, no way I'm doing 50. Alright, so that's the crossbones. So it only took a few passes of non-optimal frigate bird to take out the crossbones. That's pretty cool. Those guide bombs do quite a bit. Flip the green inward. So flip azimuth constraints like this, you're saying? I feel like negative 50 is going to be way too high, though. That's going to go for the winds, see? I'm trying to avoid going for the winds. Like, imagine if I did this, right? Oh, no, it's okay. Okay, never mind. Flipping the azimuth inwards may be the answer here. Okay, yeah, because the other one was flipped inwards, whereas this one wasn't. Okay. Okay, let's save. We'll reload it. Well, make sure it's reloaded before we save it. Don't know if that's still a bug, but that's just habit for me at this point. Okay. Let's do this again. There we go. Give me a Marauder. Test against the Marauder first, then we'll test against... Okay, so those missiles fired... Oh, those are torpedoes from the floats. Okay, that's fine, if those fire a little bit early. Okay, he's working now. He's doing work. But only one is doing work now. So confusing. Let's just add some AI in here for detection, I think. We'll add like our usual little cameras. Oh, where is it? Camera 90 degree. Here. Where's it? We'll do this little trick, honestly, because I don't feel like doing this properly. Just seeing if maybe it's a detection issue, and then we'll put a snooper on here as well. So I have a distinct feeling whoever did the AI probably didn't put a snooper on here. Go. Now we throw in Marauder. Because they're the same sentence, they shouldn't be offset. Yeah, why is only one firing now? That's outside of its azimuth? Okay, so it has to be smack on target for the azimuth if we want it to. Nope, 0 azimuth is the answer here. Put a mid azimuth? I think we want a 360 azimuth in, and then we see if, or maybe we reduce the azimuth a little bit lower. Yeah, it can be offset a bit. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That wasn't a detection, so it's probably like. Take this out 90 degrees, maybe? No, because I want to be able to fire backwards as well. Yeah, so we need it on 180 green for all of it. Yeah, it's been a while since I've had to figure out something going wrong with this game. This is fun. No, that's the wrong button. Okay, save you. Alright, please fly over this guy. I don't know how I feel with this new AI drop-down menu, honestly. Now we want to see it from the front. Okay, so it's both are firing. No, only one is firing. Why is only one firing? Doesn't make sense. They should both be firing. Like, why does only one fire at a time? I didn't put this one up to 50 like the other one. It's almost as if only one turret can move at once. It's back how it was. Now he's okay, so negative 50 gets him stuck again. and the right turret stops moving altogether. Why has the right turret stopped moving altogether? What the fuck? How have we broken this so bad? Okay, you know what? Save. Back to main menu. It might just be one of those bugs where you have to reload the designer. Not only do you want it symmetrically front and back? Okay. This left turret is always getting stuck. That is symmetrical front and back. Some unholy jank happened here? Yeah, I know. That's not confused. No, it was the right turret I was getting stuck. Okay, but they're the same. If they're the same, why is one getting stuck when the other one's not? Gives me conniption. Get into an older PvP, elevation restrictions are not meant to be used like this, I think. Sales dropped? Yeah, I know, Carson. I'm not worried about sales today, but I'll worry about that later. Yes, no, the alpha, I said at the start of stream that sales were dropping today. I don't know if they fixed all the issues I had with them yet. Because I was going to explain sales on Monday once people have time to mess around with them, and then I was going to explain them for you guys. And plus, in the meantime, I'm trying to fix the frigate bird right now. All right. Well, let's see if it at least doesn't get stuck. So let's put in... Go against the Gotha again. I want this to be the bird guard. Oh my fucking god, I can't click anything today. Go. Yeah, so it's still only the left turret that's firing. The right turret is just giving up on life. And now the left turret is inside the hull, which we don't want. Okay, so you know what this might be? I wonder if this might be a barrel traverse issue maybe now. What are your... Do you have any... No, there's no constraints in here, so that doesn't make sense. What the hell is going on here? Why would only one side work? Probably want these synced up, no? Well, not if only one side's firing, but... I swear to God, I just put this one in God mode. Ah, I guess it's frustrating. Okay. Reset the restriction? You think so? Yeah, it's worth a shot, honestly. Because the left side's working as intended now. Alright, there we go. Restrictions back on. Why is he going so slow right now? He should be definitely going faster. Alright, let's test you out against the Gotha. Nope. Right side does not fire whatsoever. Did I like accidentally remove something from this? Should be fire. Okay, if I manually control it, both fire. That's better, because now it moves on the right side at least. Did I accidentally put a block in here that removes the turret rotation? I'm wondering if that's what it is, because it's acting... Can it just not rotate properly? It's acting almost as if it's getting stuck on something, right? No, because that would show here, right? I'm not just losing my mind. It's acting like as if it's like the turret itself can't move. Yeah, the turret itself isn't moving now. What the fuck? Didn't need to flip the azimuth. Got a BP in this gen, it should work. That's not helpful right now. They're saying flip the azimuths on this one. Well, the azimuth flipping shouldn't matter, right? Okay, for some reason it did. Why did the... No, driver, the mock-up's not helping right now, because normally this should work. Okay, so now it works just from flipping the azimuth. Why did the azimuth flip and change so much there? It's weird. Very peculiar. Okay, let's, you got the build restrictions there. Well, you know what? At least I didn't make Quarry do us. I would have felt evil if I made... Yeah, okay, now it's... What the fuck? Why does it work now? Works, leave it? Yeah, honestly. Okay, what? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? Azimuth affects elevation. Yeah, no, I understand azimuth affects elevation. But I'm saying these turrets were set up the exact same way, but mirrored. So I'm not asking you... I'm not saying like, oh, just check the mock front. No, I'm asking mechanically, why does it not work? I don't need a mock-up to ask mechanically why does that not work, because the mock-up would just show me it working when it doesn't make sense. So if you flip it on the left side, it works. If you flip it on the right side, it doesn't work. That doesn't make sense, because theoretically, you have to manually mirror the azimuth. Okay, thank you. I did say, yeah, I know you said, that's what I was going on. Okay, it may just be stream delay, but... Yeah, I do occasionally enjoy figuring stuff out without backseating, guys. Do keep that in mind, please. In here... Ah, that's why that was there. Okay. Yeah, there's quite a few little speed holes around here, but we gotta fix up at some point. You can deck that over, that's fine. Okay, so now that our plane actually works... Let's try it out against all the other planes, because the Gotha, I think it'll do even better against the Gotha now if it doesn't get caught on itself. That makes sense. Gotha's down. Obviously, we know we beat the Gotha, so that's why I'm in a little testing mode here. Okay. I can cut you out of here. Okay, now does it work against the Felix? Assuming it starts at a lower position there. I'm not sure if I can set the idle heights. Okay, is it firing through itself? That's the issue of the azimuth there, is that it's firing through itself now. Interesting. Okay, I do not want... Just go on here. Now, is it gonna get stuck again? Okay, so it's in front of you now, so now you should move backwards, right? No, you're just getting stuck on your own win again. Okay, well, it's not fully stuck at least. Okay, so you gotta move around here. That's very annoying. Have a second restriction on the gun set the main construct. It's already set the main construct. Curious. Yeah, because it's firing through itself right now. Which I don't want. Oh, hello, missiles. The glide bomb a plane. Oh, okay, that would have been cool. Very easy to do. Yeah, now it turns again stuck on the... So we're back to the original... Okay, so now... Okay, so it can fire behind itself. Now when you turn... Yeah, so first off, azimuth way too big. But I think that's something we can put on the gun, not the turret. Right? Honestly, let's try putting that on the turret now. What we'll do is we'll set an idle azimuth too, because maybe that will fix it. That's okay. That's I want the turret idle azimuth, because I want the turret to return to where it was when it can't do anything. Right. I want -5 degrees, I think. Okay. We might just be able to brute force this, honestly, which I'd be very happy about. Okay, and then you're positive, yeah. Okay. Okay. So now, if I'm firing up over here, right? You should turn back. I wish you could just set like just give me a circle and then let me say where the no-go zone is. Okay, so I cannot let it go directly back, otherwise that's where it gets stuck. That's unfortunate. So we can't do the backwards firing gun how I wanted it. Unless we raise the altitude and just have this thing always higher than the ever craft, but what's the point of a float plane at that point? So what we do then is we flip Z again. And then we can... No, I'd rather it fire forward than backwards at all. Let's reduce it to 30 in front, and then like 170 behind. And that should stop it from getting to that halfway point where it wants to rotate in a weird direction. Then just put it 2 in the front. 170 and -30, okay. So that's the only thing I can see where this is gonna work how I want it to, right? 30. 170. Does this work how I want it to? Okay, so that stops back there, and then oh, you know what? The elevation of the azimuth on the guns themselves can get us the rest of the way, I think. So now restrictions on you. Oh, that's gonna be annoying for me. Oh, that's so annoying, but it doesn't. Okay, I hate that. Okay, so now we do this here. We obviously want maximum elevation, then just azimuth. Honestly, no, let's not fuck around though. Let's just keep the turret restrictions. So if I do extra restrictions on the gun, this isn't the intense music for building the float plane. Yeah, well, it was back when we were testing the float plane. Anyway, how you been, Carson? Good to see you. Alright, let's test it now. See how it does. Okay, both turrets are rotating. That's good. Now, when we do a pass, alright, we're not gonna do a pass. Let's grab a Felix then. We go over to Felix, and then we want to be able to attack down as we pass over, right? Okay, that's the weird azimuth bit. And then it holds to the failsafe. Holds to the failsafe part 2. But it's not getting stuck on... Okay, so it is rotating... Okay, so yeah, 170 and 30, I was right. Huge, okay. So it's not as good as the Goppa was at dogfighting, unfortunately. But it still does quite a decent amount of damage there. And it still has a decent all-arc burn. I knew it wasn't going to be able to do 360 fire like the Goppa could. But, I'm happy we at least got the idea here. Hey, Monkey Man, how's it going? No, okay, it's getting stuck on itself again. Why? Okay, one fixed itself. Why haven't you fixed yourself, mister? Yeah, it should not be able to rotate in this section whatsoever. And that's where it's consistently getting stuck, is when it tries to rotate up. Like, why can't I not just give me a circle where I can just say, do not go here? It'd be so much easier in terms of restrictions here. Monkey Man, I feel like you do a lot of silly restrictions on your builds. How would you fix this? Because we have it firing in arc correctly now. Oh, there go. Oh, wow. Watching the Felix burn as it falls is actually really cool. That was cool. Okay. I don't know what it is you're trying to do. We're trying to get it so it can fire up, not behind the tail. So we have it at 170 in the back, and then it should be able to fire in front of the wind. But when it goes to 170 to back, it'll try to go back forward, but it'll go up instead. But that should be restricted because of the firing arc. Right? So this is our arc right now, right? Okay. So we have it out the front at 30 elevation, then out the back at negative 170. Vertical restriction limit should be good enough. You're right, it should be, but it's not. That's the issue. I absolutely agree with you that it should be. Add some cutouts in the winds for the barrels to go through, but I don't want the barrels to go through. Also, that would definitely compromise the integrity of the win. Send the ASI 90% perpendicular to the craft does work. All right, let's try it. Negative 90. Let's do 90. So you're seeing something like this, yeah? Had no clue? Thank you, Monkey Man. I appreciate it. Would this mean that the azimuth can no longer fire forward, though? So if I spawn something in front of me now, is it going to fire forward at all? No, that's the issue there, is it doesn't fire forward now. Need a bit like it's on like 89, 91, but that still prevents it from firing forward, though. When roast, by the way, when we fix this. I'm delaying roast until this is fixed, so. Yeah, I don't think the 90 degrees azimuth idea works. Unless I do something like this. So like we do like 89 to 91. That gets it rotating again at least. Okay, that works. That's an idea there. And this side would be 91 to 89. I realize it doesn't really work, does it? So this will be... There we go. Okay, we're cooking here, Quarry. We're cooking. I think God would have the AI just try fire and... Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Just spawn in the Godly Marauder as we do. There we go. Okay, so now he's stuck on the back again. Stop going on the back of the fucking craft. I swear to God. Get down from there. Okay, so you're firing correctly, but now you're not, which means we probably have to flip your azimuths again. Because that, for some reason, worked last time. Azimuth, okay, yeah, so flipping azimuth constraints works there. So both turrets are... But now you're stuck on the front, goddammit! I have explicitly said don't go up there. Why do you keep going up there? So someone mentioned earlier that, are you sure it's not traverse rate you're messing around with instead of... How do I affect the traverse rate? I'm thinking what happens is that it tries to traverse that area and then only fire in the other area. Is there a traverse restraint area? They assumed that the fire and field of fire restraints would also be the traverse restraints. So as long as you're haunted at this point. The sideways pointing arc is also good, which is good for forward and back. Is the traverse restrict? Okay, I thought so. Yeah, so now they both go up to try and return to the front, which is not what I want them to do. Like, this should be forbidden. This is the part we're trying to fix right now. What have I just arrived to? Me trying to fix a gun that's being fucky. I'm just gonna restart the game and see if that fixes it, because sometimes that just fixes things. I'm not gonna lie, FTD is one of those games where sometimes that just fixes things. It's not doing this on my mockup. I really can't explain the exact. Well, that's why I said your mockup is kind of useless for us, because a mockup doesn't have the same like variables that this does. Do not understand this game sometimes. Hey, join the club. Let's say I did have similar issues with my AA guns. Yeah. Well, I need to fix this because I want to be able. I want to do a similar turret on the oarfish, right? So better to get this fixed now than struggling on a fan build with it. Where did I just put that? That was in here. Alright, so we give us Marauder. Okay. So you're working now. Yeah, you're firing, you're firing. Drop the bombs. You're gonna go over top while still firing. Okay, bombs hit. You're still firing. That's good. Okay, you're not going above the tail and fire. The restart in the game really work. Total elevation of the turret 179 or lower. Yeah, but that means I won't be able to fire at planes behind me. That might be the only fix, honestly, which is unfortunate. Still getting stuck here. Again, just when I eventually bug Sean into recoding this, just make me a circle that I can just restrict where. So we need it to be 175 or 179 or lower, you said, right? Let's go to 10 and 19. That did seem to fix this one, so. Okay. That did not fix it. It still wants to go up over here. I don't need to be straight down so the gun. Oh, but that's gonna look so bad. God damn it. It hits it. Carson's extended warranty. So we read up here. First, what's the last time you updated your Carson? Hey, Doku, how's it going? Can't tell if they're current. Escalation only has 0.2 degrees of free movement, and that somehow fixes it. What? I don't think that fixed. Here, Corey, do you want me to send this to you and then you can try that? Because I don't see how that would fix this. But if that, here, I'm gonna send the BP to Corey. Alright, Corey, this is your shenanigan right now. Where is Mr. Corey? There you are. It's like, this game sometimes, I swear to God. Alright. Let's see how this goes. So what if it looks bad? Well, it's a campaign build, so I need it to look good. As you just set that over, just over 180 degrees, so it can aim to one side fully and then just type it the other. Guns will rarely be idle in combat anyways, that's true. Yeah, again, driver, your mock-up doesn't work here, bro, because clearly there's something wrong with this BP, or there's something that has happened where maybe it's the length of the barrels that are affecting it. Yeah, we can try to idle straight down while Corey's working on his own fix for it. This is exactly why we don't do functionality on stream, because it always ends poorly. So you're saying set the idle to just straight down. It's over here on this side. There we go, and then that is maybe on this side. Okay. That was not 90 degrees on the side. Both sides need to be negative 90. Oopsie. Alright, come on, you. Fix fine self. Well, it's not getting stuck on the blocks anymore. I'll give it credit there. No, I messed up both of them, though. This side did need to be plus 90. It was just stuck in the top still. Oh, that's so frustrating. That's the elevation. I just fuck. Goddamn it. Okay. I clicked the wrong button there. Okay, so we put you back to where you were. I didn't. Yeah, no, I realized I set the wrong one there. I forgot the. I realized what I did. Alright, there we go. We're still at 179 here. Still at 179 here. Okay, that's looking better. Rip to the viewer experience of just having the small blocks everywhere. Okay, so let's destroy a Marauder real quick. Okay. There you go. Yeah, have a good one, Elbor. Okay, no, driver, I've told you multiple times now to stop up the mock-up, okay? Because you straight up told me it's like, oh, that doesn't work on the mock. Yeah, it doesn't work on the mock-up because it's two different builds. Alright, so... No, it still gets stuck. It's still going outside of its turret elevation. It goes back to the idle, sure, but it doesn't go to where it needs to go. So the idle elevation fin doesn't change it. Here, driver, what I can do is I can put the BP in the showcase here. Okay, so... Oh, no, right, Corey's just gotten it back to me. Let's see if this works, Corey. You fucked the restrictions and that's why? Well, I can just reset the restrictions. I don't mind doing that. But we've done multiple different types of restrictions now. And none of them have worked ideally how I want them to. Alright, we now have frigate bird, but fuckery has occurred. Alright, so you put the idle higher. Okay, so how did you change this? You did max 90, min 45. Then azimuth just a little bit. Well, this makes even less sense. What the fuck happened here? Maybe it's because they're sideways turrets and it's not making as much sense to me. Oh, that's hilarious. Here's the fixed restrict instead idle angle. Everyone has no clue. Well, the thing is, the idle angle doesn't work. We just tried that, and that shouldn't be an issue with the restrictions. Okay, let's put this +5, because watch the idle angle be what fucks it up here. So I do want the idle angle to be at 5 degrees. A little bit down, if we can. Probably tested this out before. But you know what? That's okay. We will brute force it. Otherwise, you guys won't get roast today. That's just the explanation of how it's going down. We're either figure this out or you guys don't get reviews today. Because we're gonna spend all of today reviewing my own crap. So I have to go in a few minutes regardless of... Or, I'll give myself another hour. What time is it actually? It's 4 o'clock? Yeah, okay, I'll have to... Honestly, I might not be able to do reviews today regardless if we get this done. Actually, yeah, I knew it. No, we'll get this done. We'll move reviews to, No, because then you guys won't stay and help. We might have reviews today if we get this fixed fast enough. Alright. So that works. So we're gonna fly over him. Okay, the flyover still works perfectly fine. That's good. Okay. Now, when we turn is when things get funky. Okay, I don't need it to hover on that, please. Okay, so you stop telling me to reset the fucking camera. No, it still does the. Okay, it fixes itself. That's all I care about. You know what? All right, you guys are lucky. Quarry fixed it so that you guys get roasted. Next week I have my final exam. That's not my problem. All right, so it works against the Marauder. Let's let that happen. There we go. Good bomb and run there. Okay, I will say that is very entertaining to watch now. Show with my mock-up. Use the same system. The next time, just explain the 90-degree elevation instead of saying like, "Well, my mock-up." It's like I don't have time to download the entire VP that just doesn't fix it. We've assembled the VC to solve the issue. We just, I love you guys have assembled a VC to solve the issue. It's like, damn it, we want our roast. But okay. Honestly, driver, it may have just been a communication error, but it's a lot easier to just have Corey fix it on the craft. I could have just given you the craft as well, but can I explain it words? Okay, well, that's not my fault then. I'm sorry. All right, let's test it against the Great Souvenir now. We have both off God. Oh, I just put myself on God mode. We'll take myself off God mode. Okay, we take a hit. It's not too bad though. We take a few hits here. We lost an entire win. That's new. Well, it still flies with half a ship. Interesting. Okay. So that didn't happen the first time. So let's reset it. This version at least works though, so I'm happy. All right, we're just gonna rename this the Frigate Bird. That's gonna be a lot easier. All right. Now let's just reload it. Okay, so Great Souvenir. We'll do a few tests against the Great Souvenir, just make sure it's still working. Then we'll do some tests against planes, make sure it can still dogfight. I might change some of those glide bombs to be thruster craft. We'll see. Or thruster missiles. Okay, so take a few hits. We haven't lost our wind yet, which is nice. So the wind definitely needs a little bit more armor. Did you drop your missiles? You did, okay, good. Okay, and then the missiles do finish off the craft. Still fires through its own hull a little bit, but I'm okay with this at this point. It's not gonna be perfect. Okay, so it seems like we need some armor on the... no, the barrel survived mostly. Armor on the turret wouldn't be remiss, but it's gonna probably not happen. Can I explain what the fuck I was doing? Well, yeah, okay, but... Right, unfortunately, there was no known language you can create a fuckery of FTD drink. That's very fair. Alright. Another Great Souvenir. Let's try it again. So we know it can snipe the wind off, but so far we are beating the Great Souvenir in combat. Alright, missiles land. We're kind of go faster than the Great Souvenir can keep up with us, which is nice. And then we can, with the top attack, we just absolutely obliterate it. Which again, that's kind of what the Gotha is meant to do. The Gotha was always meant to pretty much top-down attack anyone who wasn't prepared for it. So I'm okay with that. And he crashes into the water like an absolute nerd. Okay. What music is this? This is Claire Obscure's soundtrack. Specifically, this is the end of Act 1. Oh, sorry, this is the start of Act 2. Okie dokie. Got that mostly intact there. Okay. Let's test out against the old Gotha now. That's usually where the turrets were getting stuck, was when it was trying to do flybys. Let's throw a Felix in there as well. Okay, so it does target the bigger craft first, that's good. Do want that. Okay, now how is its turrets gonna handle this? Okay, turrets handle that correctly. Very good, very good. Okay, it's a little bit focused on the... yeah, I'll just let it fight. Okay, let's just check the turrets here. Okay, so the turrets aren't stuck. That's good. Okay, huge. It's not getting stuck on its own winning. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that then. Why is my stream just checking? I can double check mine. It's not on my side. I have 0 drop frames today, which is pretty good. Yeah, cool ship getting bombarded by an architect. Hard hat. Architect? Who the fuck are you calling an architect? The pig is capturing animals with too many types while bullying her viewers. Oh, nice. I need to play Pokemon too many types still. Alright, there goes the Gotha, there goes the Felix. Okay. Pretty happy with that. Now, let's see if it can... not Felix. Let's see how it does against the Strike. This is just for my own amusement, because I love bullying the Strike. There we go. I'm surprised that didn't take up the Strike. I feel like the Gotha used to take up the Strike. Oh, do you know, I did update the Strike to be a little bit beefier. Maybe that's why. Yeah, because these are incendiary rounds as well, so we are doing damage at least. Look at that fire damage. Let's go. Okay, so he should rotate back. There he goes, and then he's firing again. Okay, I'm happy with that. That's good. Oop, okay, that's a bit of a weird angle. Okay, he does flip back though, so that's okay. Okay, that seems to be okay for me. I'm happy with that. He uses invisibility to whack the wind off that ever plane. Did it make contact? I wasn't paying attention. I was looking at some chat. I didn't see it collide with anything. That's hilarious though if it did. Alright, you know, it works well enough for me though. Getting the few snags too. Interesting, yeah, because OBS is not reporting anything on my side, so it's on your guys' side. Thinking about it, I guess it might just be rotate the limitations 90 degrees. Yeah, it seems that way. You know, I'm just happy we figured it out though. It was a group effort. I appreciate it, chat, but you helped out. Alrighty. Let's save this for now. Actually, Core, you know what? I'm gonna throw this back at you, Core. Because I would like you to finish those floats today if you can. Because I know you were working on those the last time we worked on this together. So I will have you work on those floats. If you get those floats done for me, I'd be quite happy. And then we can go from there. In the meantime, I guess I'll let you guys have your roast today because you did help out with figuring out the bug. So I guess you guys did earn it. I guess. Let's see what you guys got for me today, okay? Oh, you guys really did assemble the VC to try and figure us out. That's hilarious. Alright, I'm gonna close submissions. Alright, there we go. We have the Curio. I close that excavator some now. The Sylph, the Arrow Carrier, Oil Rig, Dustwind Excavator. Oh, you did try one. Nice. Iron Maiden, Log Bench, Haltless, and the Itsamade. I assume that's Japanese. Itsamade? I couldn't tell you. Oh, look at my boy though. I'm so excited to get this like decoed up and done. It's gonna look so cool. So I need to add some deco in area or some detection in areas as well. Like I want to add like a little glass cockpit to the center of this one. Just for a little detection as if it was like a ball gunner there. But all in good time, all in good time. This one definitely has the most heavy armor, I think, of any Deepwater Guard build though. The Avenge Roars. We're getting homework from stream, well, honestly. Well, to be fair, it's small enough fin, but he should probably be able to get it done by the end of roasts. Right, Corey? Stares into the camera. I realize I have the VTuber model. I could just stare into the camera. I don't have to say it. But I want Corey to know if he was lurking, that it was me. Alright. Okay, so we can drop this rendition. We have the saved one in our main folder now. Which we love to see. And then I, of course, scooped up something from OFTD as usual. Alright, there we go. Version 66. You know what? That's about the same amount of versions that the Gotha had, no? I think the Gotha was my most saved version at, yeah, 70 versions. I don't need that freaking bird anymore. Alrighty. Yeah, so this frigate bird might just surpass the Gotha in amount of saved versions I have for a vehicle. We roasting yet? Yep, we just started. Alright, so we have the Arrow Carrier Model 2. Ooh, gray and purple. I do like those color schemes. No, the gray and purple got removed. Can I put it back? Oh, it's not the same. Yeah, because I changed my Carpian colors. I might get rid of the gold from that and just adopt a more silver color there. Oh, that shows the camo. Okay, let's do this then. Alright, I quite like this. This is good. You got some nice shaping on the front. The camo breaks up a lot of that flat area texture. This turret needs a little bit of a rounder base. Or it needs some type of base, not just flat slope on the deck like this. So I would take this and extend this out into here and then put some circular stuff on the side, maybe expand out this platform down here as well. But that's the big complaint here. Like, you see, you did a perfect base over here. You see how this turret has a perfect base? So I would do more of this. Also, love those missile deck. It was a very good job. The bridge is very nice, though you can tell it's painted on instead of being actual glass, and I would definitely recommend changing that around. Your little side platforms there. Oh, I hate that they're off-center. Oh, please center these missiles with the Vesons up here. I don't know if these are... Okay, just the panels. Please center us. That's gonna annoy me so much. Oh my god. That's gonna annoy me so much. And then what else is there? Oh yeah, you might want to fix some of that. You have a hole in the bottom. That's a massive plane for such a small blimp. Yeah, and then this turret back here is okay. Yeah, it's just that front turret that is very triangular that you want to make a little bit more circular to match the other ones. Then the intakes strapped on here don't make any sense. Why do you have intakes here? Where do they go to? You want to have intakes for like a jet system, put them up here. His back here just doesn't make any sense. It also just really messes up with the shaping. So I would have this wing up here start with the intake, and then taper back. And then that way you can just have the tail tapered up here. It's interesting though. Who did this? Panzer guy? Yeah, that makes sense. Little radar panels, that's cute. Yeah. Yeah, I like it. It's good. Jet is in the very back. Oh, okay. Well, the jet definitely needs some work then. It's just slapped on there. I'm not a fan of that. You definitely shape that up to be a lot better. Alrighty, not bad. Dustwind excavator. Okay, so first off, I like what you tried with the track apparatus, but that's gonna be way too volume heavy and way too metal heavy. Ah, that's wood, never mind. No, I'm still not a fan of that. And yeah, you have way too many wheels. You can remove half those wheels. My god. So many wheels. This is 2 stacks, right? Yeah. Aside from that, I like the little suspension you put down here, that's cute. This is very crinkled, and I'm not a fan of this. Yeah, no. You could definitely clean that up, or just make it a flat circle. You don't have to worry about like all of your other weird stuff on it. And then up here, you ran into the same problem I did, where you didn't know quite how tall you wanted to make it. Also, absolutely not to this. You could definitely clean this up and make this a little bit better too, Zach. I believe in you. And then, yeah, the gun... first off, way too much flame coming off this one. And like, this doesn't really make sense. You have a little boiler up here, sure, but... like, what does this boiler go to? What is this back here? It's just double boiler from the one coal burner? Like, I guess. I don't know, I feel like it's lacking a lot of shaping. Maybe it's just because I put so many platforms on my own, but... also, this up here feels really way too big. And it's very tall compared, and it's not very square-ish. It's also very back heavy. Yeah, and there's, honestly, I feel bad, but there's not a lot of interest in shaping up front here either. Like, you just have flat here. The offset's a good shout, as Mr. Corey would say. I might take that idea. And then back here, it's just all one big platform. I'd like to see a lot more variation in the elevation. I want to see what you could do with up here as well. I mean, old steam shovels existed, but they're very square boxes. Yeah, I know they're square boxes. But again, we're not making replicas here. We are making inspired builds. And I think I want to see down here a little bit more circular as well. It's very flat down here. Yeah, the turning bit is fine, but it's also lacking a lot of details, I feel like. Where's, you know, like, you kind of want to have some canvas. You want to have, like, platforms and catwalks. I'm not counting this one because this is just a straight line. Like, why do it like this when you could have, you know, oh, it's decoed on even. So it's not even a functional catwalk, but, like, you could have very easily had it, so... where are my plates? You know, you could have had it, like, here, right? And then, like, do some railings around it. Like, there's no railings on it. It's just, this doesn't make sense, is my main issue with it. None of this makes sense as a build. You know? Like, there's no walkability, there's no plausibility. It's very unbalanced. Like, if you put it next to mine, which I was working on. Excavator. So you can see how they're the same size profile, but mine is a lot more balanced. Maybe it's just because it's a lot more squared off too. Yeah, because you're talking about square, but mine is a lot more squared off. And my walkway works a little bit better because it has that jutting out platform. So maybe do a jutting out platform into a catwalk area. And then yeah, your tracks are just a little bit too tall. Like, you want a very subtle trapezoid style. That's why I did mine how I did. Yeah, because yours very much has F to D shaping. Where, like, you can tell you were trying to cover all the internals. Whereas mine is gonna probably have less internals. But it'll hopefully be a little bit, you know, realistically proportioned. Because, like, that massive front section, like, your guy can't even see in front of him. Which is how an excavator is normally operated, right? Like, the excavator needs to, like, the cockpit of this needs to be as far forward as possible. So by putting it here, where it has a massive, like, what's the point of having the glass jet out like this to see down if seeing down you just see the front of your craft, right? So I would move this forward and then go from there as well. And then yeah, just on the underside, it's just a little bit too rounded at the sides. You want to square it off a little bit more. Like, I'm not saying mine's the best at how I squared it off, but it is squared off. Plus, squaring it off will give you more room for internals as well. So it's always a plus in my mind. Actually, you know what? Now that I'm looking at this guy, I actually am really happy with how mine turned out. It's a good attempt too, Zach. Like, don't take it the wrong way. It's a good attempt. I just don't think it's where, like, if it was old ashes, I think this would have made it. But we need a little bit more refinement on it. Because even just like adding some railings to your walking areas would really help too. By all means, keep cracking at it, because it's completely possible I get burnt out on my own design, right? So, this one's more of an RTS design. Honestly, yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Yeah, and like, none of these big flame fins either. They never look good on Deep Underground craft. You're mostly wood craft. You should never be flaming. Smoking is fine, but never flaming. All right. And I'm really happy with the work we did on the excavator today. I'm gonna be so excited to get that excavator finished. I might even work on the cram tonight, though I should probably finish up my U. No, I'm gonna take a break from EU5 because otherwise I'm gonna be up until like 6 AM again. So I'll get it done for next week. Or not having fire on a craft. Maybe it's boring, but it works better for the overall theme. Alright, the sylph, let's see what it is. Very generic plane. Sorry to be the one to tell you this is a very generic plane. You don't even have a cockpit. Like, I feel like your shaping's pretty good. Kinda want to see this smoothed out, this portion here. Where you have this like little step pattern, you wouldn't want to see it on a jet, you would probably see it more smoothed out. So if you could smooth that out, then it's not bad. Smooth it out, you can use offsets. So if you want like an 8-meter offset, you can use 2 4-meters at half height. Stuff like that. Inspired by the Yukikaze? I could not tell you. Then play EU5, play Interplanetary instead. Well, I don't have to play EU5 anymore, I just have to edit EU5. It's mostly just script writing tonight, honestly. But I also have to do groceries today, which is why I want to leave before 5 PM. So we have about 40 minutes left to stream. Then I gotta get out of here. I gotta get out of here. Okay, that's not bad. Alright, Iron Maiden Technology Demonstrator. Ooh. Iron Fudge, okay. I see you, I see you. Oh, I love this little front, I want to say bunker, for lack of a better word. Love that style on that. That is cool. This is really nice. I like this. Got some nice torpedoes. You got the nice little missile boxes. Okay, one of the things that always annoys me though is that the boxes are always so far forward. I want to see centered boxes on my turrets. Is it just me? But like, I feel like if the box isn't centered, it just doesn't look as good. I know why, it's for game reasons, but like, come on, just add a little bit more box there so it looks a little bit more centered, so it doesn't look so forward heavy, right? Seawiz looks great. Smokestack is pretty solid. Mast is good. We're just good. Massive radar. Fire control. Oh, this is all really good, Iron Fudge. I like this. This is really good. And then same thing with just smooth out your hull a little bit. You can use offsets. If you do, I don't know how long I think you need 6-meter offset here. So that's just 2 3-meter offsets that you can put half height on sideways. Assuming if you want to submit it to the campaign, then I assume probably Carb would have said no to a lot of deco, but if you want to smooth it out for yourself, then that's how you would do it. Because right now the craggliness on it is definitely hampering it. But if you smooth that out, this would be very, very, very nice design. Good work on this one. I really like that one. I might actually like Steel Striders. Alright. It's Muddy Bean. Ooh. Okay, this... My main issue with this is this feels Lightning Hoods with the way the twin jets, or the tri-jet setup here. This feels very Lightning Hoods, like Lightning Hoods that just broke away from Steel Empire. Does that make sense? Like, I like this, don't get me wrong, but it just doesn't feel like Steel Striders. Yeah, I like that a lot. I don't really have many notes on it because it's just, it looks good. You got a nice cockpit there. You got the two-tone paint that Stratus does. It's just, it's the shaping that makes me feel like I see this and I think LH, right? Like, how would it look in LH cars? Yeah. If you don't do two-tone, obviously, but like, that feels way more LH to me. And it looks good too with the paint job. I would love to see that as like an LH build. Got the paint job and the logo and it's gold. Yeah, pretty much. Like, I feel like that's Steel Striders if this is a cube. I feel like that's Steel Striders if LH never split. Does that make sense? The cube. All right, who submitted the cube? Munpa, of course. I will say it's well textured. It's not a born flat-sided cube, so congrats on that. But at the end of the day, it is still a cube. Oh, you have a little part sticking out here. But at the end of the day, it is still a cube, unfortunately. Like, there's not much advice I can give on this. All right, faultless. Ooh, who started this? This looks good. Who's doing this one? Hey, Major Meow, nice. You got a very nice hull started here. Your hull is good. Your turret layout is pretty interesting. Very nice. I'm very excited to see where this goes. I can't help too much at the moment because it's just the hull, but like, same thing that goes with you that I've said to the other people. Move out your sides here so they're not stepped. If you need offsets, you can always, you know, do the ones that you need. That, I think you need a 4 meter for that, so that would be 2 4 meters put on top of each other. No, this is really well done. Those secondaries, yeah, those secondaries look great. I'm excited to see you finish this. This one's like the composition is good. Only complaint, extend your bow a little bit. Like maybe take out one of these 2 meter ones and put another 3 meter. Just because right now you don't have a lot of bow space left in front of your front gun there. That's such a minor nitpick, but it's because like, honestly, the rest of this looks pretty good. And then, yeah, same with your stern. Just definitely smooth out and deco up the stern because the stern is very rough right now. What I do is I normally just do a flat cutoff. I don't try to like taper my sterns like this. I just do a flat cutoff, which, all right, save a line with me, chat. If you look at the freebooter, so if you look at the freebooter, you can see how I just tapered it off. I didn't even finish decoing it, which is hilarious, but I just kind of tapered it off. I didn't bother with trying to worry about anything else there. 1 second. I hear a certain cat being way too loud. There we go. Alright, going for a kinetic class battleship look. Do not know what that looks like. I do not know what that looks like offhand. But the heavy armor here idea is pretty good. No, I like the shaping on it though. It's definitely coming along. Just clean up the stern, clean up the bow. You'll be pretty good. All right. We got 3 more. We're almost out of here. Log bench. That sounds interesting. Ooh. What is, oh, no. I refuse. I refuse. I realize immediately what you meant by log bench. Fuck you. Who submitted this? Who submitted this? Is this yours, driver? Fuck you, driver. I don't want to look at this. Oh, fuck. Driver subscribed. I have to look at this. No. Oh, fine. This is a Deepwater Guard Lawn Beach variant. Oh, I hate it. It's disgusting. I feel like you need a little bit more greeble on the front here. It's rather flat, even with the symbol. Oh my god. Oh, not the missiles. Ew. Oh, what the hell is this? Oh, it's the lawn animal, yeah. Oh my god. Oh, so you didn't do ribs on the bottom, but you also didn't flatten. You should never have diamond pattern like this. Come on. I've talked about this. Let's be about your design. Like, if you're gonna do a lawn beach, make it correct. If you're not gonna do the ribs beneath the hull, then you have to keep these smooth. It just looks better. Is it on Everpathless Craft? I don't know, I couldn't tell you, but I don't care. It looks better smoothed out. God, that fin is disgusting. I will say all the smaller details, like these little missile launchers up here, like the little boats, the little turrets, all the secondaries. Oh, why did you put him back where he belongs, or so help me? Like all these like modern deepwater guard turrets actually do look pretty good. Like this one in here looks great. A little bit too much metal in a pleat though. I'll do some more wood there. And then, oh my god, this helicopter is disgusting. No, it's too big still. You gotta like remove the cockpit. I reviewed this last week. I remember this. I remember reviewing this. That helicopter needs, he ain't right. Those lights, nice. Look inside, okay. Got some like cool little lights. Neat. Yeah, you got some mannequins, you got some nuclear fuel. All right. Oh, nice. You have the little. Oh, he's doing pull-ups on the. That's cute. I like that. Overall, I will say this is an incredible build driver. When did you start this? I feel like you did not just do this in a week, did you? Especially not before exams. You said you have exams next week. You better not have done this in a week. It's better have been done over the holidays. This little bridge too. Nice. I like this. I like this a lot. Good job. This is really well done. The mast is really well done as well with the spotlights up here. That's cool. I like that. A bit ago? Okay, nice. Yeah, and then the paddle wheel, like, really nice, really well covered. So up here, and over this little wooden knob works. I think just put a, what I like to do is I like to have spikes coming out of my wheel. Wherever the center of my wheel is, which for you I think is right here. So I would put that on the spin block and then have a spike and pole coming out to here and then have the metal surround it like that. That's what I would do though. Honestly, I'm probably gonna use this as this little simple weapon repository. Yeah, but storage. So I'm gonna yoink that. Congratulations, Trevor, you've been yoinked. Oh, nice little diving board. I like that too. That's cute. I really like this. Good job on this. Very good job on this. What's the firepower on this? Not bad. Not bad at all. Feel free to joink the turret. Oh yeah, I was gonna yoink them whether or not I was free to or not. Who the hell has exams in January? UK has them for resets and mocks. Ah, okay. Isn't driver German though? Yeah, the paddle center I think is the only issue off with this, but everything else very well done. Maybe look at the log bench. That you actually got me with that name too. I didn't realize until like I'd already looked, because I loaded it in. I saw the the rear mast, and I was like, wait, no. It's the souvenir in some of our God. At least nice. This would be the frigate print though. All right, let's look at the gluer of today. I will just look at this and go, yep, that's glue. Yep, that's glue. Honestly, no, this is really well done, Monkey Man. Getting the pump jack to work too, very nice. I gotta steal that. I gotta steal the pump jack from you, because I want to do a pump jack on the Land Marauder or something similar. So actually, I'll probably abandon that idea. I gotta restart the Land Marauder and just rework it and have it a year more experienced. Oh, nice. Very good animations in these, honestly. I really like this. So is this meant to be a resource gapper, or what's this meant to be in Glau, Monkey Man? If he's still here. Because I was gonna say it definitely needs more. It definitely needs more weapons if it's meant to be any type of base. That's my only concern. But aesthetically, it's great. It looks like an RTS. Like very happy with that. And then we have truck tank. This was when I saw an OFDA that I was like, ooh, I would love to be able to steal the cab for that. Because truck cabs is what I always struggle with. Even then, I would say like the hood to cab ratio is a little bit off here, but it's good inspiration for myself. And I like just using the massive boiler as the rear. That's cool. That was by Doma. Very well done. Very well done. All right. Let's see what we can get up to today. Just chatting. There we go. Whee! Take the hard hat off now. Honestly, not much not much going on this week. I put the schedule on both YouTube and in the Discord there, so you guys know it, I know it. We're gonna be doing OpenTDT tomorrow. Sunday we'll be doing some EU5 again, and then Monday we'll be back with FTD. Not much else going on, honestly. Aside from that, let's go find some in the raid. I say find some in the raid. I think we'll just raid Neko today, honestly. It feels like a raid Neko day. Because not many other people who are online who I haven't raided recently. So we'll raid Neko, see what he's up to. Did I miss my review? Yep. I even asked you a question about it and you weren't here to respond, so I just moved on. I said it looks good aesthetically, but I want a bit more functionality on it, like weapons. Neko Boy Blue. Alright. Aside from that, I've been Roasting VT. I will see you guys all tomorrow for some more trains. And it'll just be a slow January. I think after this weekend of streaming, I'm going to cut back on streaming. I'm going to focus to build up a backlog for YouTube in time in prep for the Twitch subathon in February. Because I will be having my birthday subathon, so don't forget. That'll be fun. Anyway, that's going to be all for me today. I will see you guys all tomorrow. Bye-bye.